Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
The MC dies and gets reborn as Bella's brother inside of Twilight. The Make also eats a vampire devil fruit from One Piece. He, after eating the devil fruit, is given the ability to turn into a vampire. A mythical Zoan in One Piece is the rarest and most powerful class of Zoan-type devil fruits, allowing users to transform into mythological creatures like dragons, phoenixes, or mythical beasts, for example, a Buddha or nine-tailed fox, granting them unique powers beyond simple animal transformation, such as healing flames, phoenix, or elemental control. These fruits offer extraordinary abilities, often blending Zoan transformation with Paramecia-like powers, making them incredibly potent and highly coveted.
Twilight, reborn as Bella's brother. I eat vampire devil fruit at the start. Chapter 1, A Room Full of Secrets. When the impact hit, it was quick. I remembered the truck, the way headlights flooded over me, the sound of tires skidding across wet asphalt, and then nothing. No pain lingered. No time to even register regret. Just darkness. And then, I woke up. Not in a hospital. Not floating in the void. Not even in the same world. I sat up in a bed I had never seen before, sheets smelling faintly of laundry detergent and the stale air of a house that hadn't been lived in for a while. The ceiling was wooden, the light bulb above me dull, the walls painted an uneven shade of pale blue. A half-open box of clothes sat in the corner of the room, and on the desk by the window sat unpacked school supplies. I moved my hand over the blanket, flexing my fingers. This wasn't my body. The limbs were younger, leaner, and the heartbeat inside my chest was strong in a way that didn't belong to the man who had just been flattened on the road. I pressed my head with my palm, and memories crashed down like a flood. Forks. Washington. Rain nearly every day of the year. Charlie Swan, the quiet chief of police. Bella Swan, his daughter, who had just moved in after years of living with her mother. And me. Shredder Swan. Her brother. The memories were sharp, not blurry or half-baked. I knew everything this boy had lived through: his jokes, his easygoing way of handling people, the way he liked to tease Bella when she got too serious. He had a kind heart, a streak of recklessness, and no habit of overthinking things. That was who I was now. That was who I had to be. I sat back against the pillow, letting the truth settle. This was Twilight. The story I remembered from books and movies. Forks was the setting where vampires and werewolves collided, where Bella's choices would tilt the balance of supernatural politics. But there had never been a Shredder Swan in canon. That was me. I got up, feet sinking into the carpet, and walked to the desk. The window was fogged slightly from the rain outside. Forks was exactly how I had always pictured it: grey skies, endless drizzle, and the faint smell of pine trees carried by the wind. But something was off. On the dresser, beside a stack of folded shirts, was a piece of fruit. Except it wasn't any fruit I had ever seen. Its surface was an uneven swirl of deep red and black, like veins twisting across the skin. The shape was lopsided, almost sculpted rather than grown, and a small curling stem sat at the top. The design was unmistakable to me, because I had seen it before. A devil fruit. One Piece. My mouth went dry as I stared at it. Out of all places, out of all worlds, why was this here? And why in my room? I picked it up. The surface was rough, not smooth, and warm to the touch. My memories screamed warnings. Devil fruits were powerful, but their taste was revolting. Eating one would lock away the ability to swim forever. But Forks wasn't exactly a place where I'd be diving into the ocean every day. I turned it over in my hands, and the memories from my old world made the choice feel simple. Power meant survival. This was Twilight, where vampires were predators, faster and stronger than humans. If this fruit could level the playing field, I wasn't about to pass it up. I bit into it. The taste was worse than I imagined. Bitter, sour, almost burning against my tongue. I forced myself to chew, to swallow, and to finish it. My throat convulsed as I choked down the last piece, and I set the empty stem on the desk. Then it hit me. A warmth spread from my chest, surging through my veins like fire and ice at once. My heartbeat slowed, then steadied into something different. My breathing grew shallow, unnecessary. My reflection in the window shimmered, faintly distorted. I opened my mouth and saw the edges of fangs pressing against my lips. My skin paled slightly, though not inhumanly so. I felt sharper. My senses stretched outward. I could hear the drip of rain sliding down the gutter outside, the faint creak of the wooden stairs as someone moved downstairs. My strength surged in my muscles, not overwhelming, but undeniably there. The memories of the fruit came into focus. This wasn't just any devil fruit. It was the vampire fruit. It made me into something like the Cullens but different. Not one of their kind, not bound by their thirst, but something between. I grinned. Of all the second chances I could have gotten, this was ridiculous. But it was mine. A knock came at the door. Shredder. Bella's voice. I blinked, snapping back into the room. My fangs retracted smoothly as if my body understood how to hide them. I ran a hand through my hair and answered cheerfully. Yet. You up? Charlie says dinner's almost ready. I'll be down in a section. Her footsteps moved away, cautious as always. She was still adjusting to living here, still settling into the quiet, rainy routine of Forks. I remembered enough from her memories to know she was dreading school tomorrow, the way she hated being the center of attention. I opened the dresser, pulled on a fresh shirt, and glanced at the mirror again. My reflection looked perfectly normal, if a little sharper around the eyes. No one would notice. Dinner was simple: steak, potatoes, and a side of green beans. Charlie sat at the head of the table, focused on his food. Bella sat across from me, picking at hers. The atmosphere was quiet, broken only by the clink of silverware. So, Shred, Bella said eventually, using the nickname this body always carried. You ready for school tomorrow? Ready as I'll ever be, I said, grinning. I'll make sure everyone pays attention to me instead of you. You'll just blend into the background. Her eyes narrowed, but I caught the small twitch at the corner of her lips. She wanted to argue, but part of her was relieved. Don't, she said flatly. Too late, I teased. Forks High won't know what hit it. Charlie cleared his throat. Don't cause trouble. Just get through your classes. Yeah, I said, waving it off. The rest of dinner passed in relative quiet, but my mind wasn't on school. It was on the changes inside me. My hearing, sharper than theirs. My reflexes, quicker. I could smell the faint trace of iron in the steak more vividly than I should. Later that night, when Bella had gone to bed and Charlie was watching the game downstairs, I tested my abilities. I opened the window in my room. The rain hit my skin, cool but not biting. I jumped lightly down to the ground. No pain, no stumble. My body handled the landing as if it were nothing. I moved to the trees at the edge of the yard. With a deep breath, I crouched and launched myself upward. My feet pushed off the ground, and I soared higher than I should have been able to. My hands caught a branch, and I perched easily. Strength, speed, balance. Enhanced senses. Fangs I could hide or reveal at will. I was something different now, something stronger. But Forks was not a world without danger. The Cullens were here. Edward, with his mind reading. Alice, with her visions. Jasper, with his emotional manipulation. And beyond them, the Volturi, the wolves, Victoria, James, Lauren. If I wanted to protect Bella, Charlie, and myself, I couldn't treat this like a joke. I sat in the tree, letting the rain drip against my face, and thought carefully. Tomorrow, school would start. That meant meeting the Cullens. That meant Edward catching the scent of Bella's blood, beginning the story I already knew too well. But this time, there was me. And I had the power to change everything. Chapter 2, Forks High tomorrow. The rain hadn't stopped all night. Forks was relentless like that. Every drop of water sliding down the glass of my bedroom window felt like it belonged here, like the house itself was used to it. I sat at my desk, elbows planted on either side of my notebook, but I wasn't really writing anything. My mind kept turning over the same thought, school tomorrow. I wasn't nervous, not in the way Bella was. The memories I had of her were clear: how she hated being the center of attention, how her awkwardness made her dread new introductions. Me? I was the opposite. If eyes landed on me, I didn't care. I even enjoyed stirring reactions out of people. It wasn't about showing off, it was just how I got through life. If I teased people, I could break tension. If I joked, I could keep things light. The devil fruit inside me, that strange vampire fruit, changed everything, but I wasn't planning on telling Bella the truth. Still, it wouldn't hurt to poke at her a little, to lay the groundwork for when she inevitably noticed things were different about me. I heard the familiar creak of the old wooden stairs. Bella's steps. She was heading up toward her room. I pushed away from the desk and leaned against the doorframe, waiting for her. When she turned the corner, she almost jumped. "Shred," she said, pressing a hand to her chest. "Why are you just standing there?" "Waiting for you," I said cheerfully. "You look way too tense." "Relax, Forks isn't that bad." Bella rolled her eyes. "Easy for you to say. Everyone's going to stare at us tomorrow." "Correction," I said with a grin. "They'll stare at me. You'll be fine." She gave me a flat look, but her cheeks flushed slightly. "Don't make a scene." "No promises," I teased. "But hey, seriously, if it gets too much, just point to me. I'll do something dumb to distract everyone. Works every time." Bella tried to hide it, but her lips twitched into a reluctant smile. She walked past me into her room, tossing her backpack onto the chair. I followed and leaned against her doorframe casually. "You've been frowning since we unpacked," I said. "It's just school. Worst case scenario, you'll sit in the back and hope nobody talks to you." "That's exactly what I want," she muttered. "Yeah, well, I'm the opposite. I plan to introduce myself to everyone. Teachers, students, janitors. Might even shake hands with the vending machine." Bella laughed, short and quick, before catching herself. "You're impossible." "Thanks," I said. She sat on the bed, running a hand through her hair. I could see the way her shoulders were still stiff. She was dreading tomorrow no matter what I said. That was Bella. Her seriousness always outweighed her ability to relax. I tilted my head. Maybe this was the right time to drop a small hint. Nothing heavy, nothing unbelievable. Just enough. "You know," I said casually, "I've been feeling kind of different since we got here." Her eyes flicked to me instantly. "Different how?" I shrugged, keeping my grin. "I don't know. Stronger. Faster. Like Forks' air is secretly protein powder." She gave me a look. "That's not how air works." "Hey, you don't know that. Maybe it's scientifically proven. Rain equals muscle growth." Bella groaned and tossed a pillow at me. I caught it easily, quicker than I should have, my hand snapping around it mid-air. She noticed. Her eyebrows raised. See? I said, holding it up. Reflexes of a Forks native already. You should be jealous. That was just luck, she said quickly, though her voice had an edge of doubt. I leaned in slightly, lowering my tone but still playful. Or maybe I'm just built different here. Forks is changing me. You better watch out. She rolled her eyes again, but she was thinking about it. I could see it in the way her lips pressed together. She didn't believe me, but she didn't completely dismiss it either. Perfect. I tossed the pillow back to her and straightened. Anyway, don't stress. Tomorrow's going to be fine. If anyone bothers you, I'll handle it. Her expression softened. You don't have to. I know, I said, smiling. But I want to. Bella didn't say anything else. She just shook her head and turned off her lamp, muttering a quiet, good night. Night, sis, I said, shutting the door gently behind me. Back in my room, I lay on the bed, hands folded behind my head. My mind wasn't racing with worry, not like Bella's. Instead, I thought through tomorrow step by step. School wasn't just school. It was the start of canon. Edward Cullen would see Bella. The story would unfold. But this time, I was in it too. And I wasn't planning to sit on the sidelines. The next morning came with the same grey sky and steady drizzle. Forks weather had one setting and never switched it off. Charlie had already left for work by the time I rolled out of bed. Bella was in the kitchen, spreading peanut butter on toast. You're actually awake on time, she said. Miracles happen, I replied, grabbing an apple from the counter. Big day. New school. New friends. Maybe a fan club by lunch. Bella gave me a look. Please don't. No promises, I said with a wink. We drove together in Charlie's old truck. Bella gripped the steering wheel tightly, focusing on the road, while I leaned back in the passenger seat, watching the misty trees pass by. The truck rattled over every bump, but it was steady enough. You nervous? I asked. She didn't answer right away. Yet. Good thing you've got me then, I said. I'll pull all the attention. You can just sneak by. Her mouth tightened, but I caught the way her shoulders relaxed a little. She wouldn't admit it, but she liked the idea. When we pulled into the school parking lot, students were already gathering in small groups. Their chatter mixed with the sound of rain on car hoods. Heads turned immediately. New arrivals always drew attention in a small town like Forks. Bella froze for a second. Relax, I said, nudging her arm. Deep breaths. Pretend they're not staring. Or better yet, pretend they're staring at me. She muttered something under her breath, but I didn't catch it. We walked together across the lot. I made sure to smile at the first few students who glanced our way, waving casually. A couple of them blinked in surprise, clearly not used to such open friendliness. Inside the office, we got our schedules. I made a show of squinting at mine. Looks like we don't have all the same classes. You'll miss me. Devastating, Bella said dryly. Don't worry, I'll survive. She shook her head, but I could see the corner of her mouth twitch again. She was relaxing bit by bit, which was the whole point. As the morning unfolded, we split up for our separate classes. Teachers introduced me quickly, and I gave a cheerful wave each time. Some students laughed, some just stared, but it broke the ice immediately. Forks High wasn't big, and by the time I walked into my second class, whispers were already following me. New Swan kid seems chill. Isn't that Bella's brother? Way more outgoing than her. Exactly as planned. At lunch, Bella and I found a table together. I could see the way people were still sneaking glances at us, but most of the attention was directed at me. Bella ate quietly, grateful for the shield I provided. "See?" I said between bites of my sandwich. "Not so bad." She gave me a reluctant nod. "Maybe." That's when I noticed them. The Cullens. They sat at their usual table, pale and perfect, distinct from everyone else. My eyes locked on Edward first. He wasn't looking at me. He was staring at Bella. And the story had begun. Chapter 3, Eyes Across the Cafeteria. The cafeteria at Forks High wasn't big. It was one of those rooms where every voice and every scrape of a chair carried too far, bouncing off the walls until you felt like everyone was part of the same conversation. The smell of reheated pizza, soggy fries, and something that claimed to be soup hung in the air. Bella sat across from me, her tray mostly untouched. She had peeled the top crust off her sandwich and was staring down at it as if the bread had personally offended her. Her shoulders were stiff, her head slightly lowered. I could tell she hated being here. Every glance from other students made her shrink a little further into herself. Me? I had no problem with the attention. If they wanted to stare, I'd give them something worth staring at. I chewed loudly on an apple, watching her expression wrinkle. "You're doing that on purpose," she muttered. "Of course I am," I said cheerfully. "Look, they're watching us anyway. Might as well give them a show." "Don't," she said quickly, her voice tight. "Relax," I said, leaning back in my chair. "I'm just eating fruit. Totally normal, totally innocent." She glanced up, narrowing her eyes at me, but she didn't argue further. Instead, she shoved a fry around on her tray. I followed her gaze as it drifted toward the far side of the cafeteria. That's when I noticed them again. The Cullens. They were exactly as I remembered from both memory and canon. Pale skin that didn't look unhealthy but unnatural, all of them sitting together with trays of untouched food. They didn't talk much, just a quiet cluster separated from the rest of the school. My eyes landed on Edward. He wasn't looking at me. He was locked onto Bella. I shifted slightly, keeping my expression light. "Hey, Bella," I said casually, "don't look now, but you've got a fan." Her head shot up instantly. "What?" "Too late, you looked," I teased, grinning. "Over there. That guy's been staring at you since we sat down." Bella's eyes flicked toward the Cullens. Her face froze when she realized I wasn't joking. Edward didn't look away. His golden eyes were fixed on her, unreadable. She turned back to me quickly, cheeks flushed. "Stop it." "I didn't do anything," I said, holding my hands up. "I'm just pointing it out. You've got admirers already. Guess you won't blend in after all." "Shut up," she whispered, clearly embarrassed. I laughed softly, not mocking, just enough to break her tension. "Come on, it's not the end of the world. He's just staring. Maybe he thinks you're interesting." "I don't want anyone thinking that," she muttered, stabbing her sandwich with her fork. "That's not really how life works," I said. "You don't get to decide who looks at you. Besides, maybe he's just curious. New girl in town, you know how it is." Bella didn't reply. Her hands fidgeted with the fork, her eyes stuck to the table. I leaned forward, lowering my voice. "Hey! Don't let it freak you out. If it bugs you, I'll make a scene, and he'll stop staring." She glanced up at me sharply. "Don't." "Fine, fine," I said quickly, grinning again. "But the offer's on the table. All it takes is one chicken impression in the middle of the cafeteria, and nobody will be looking at you anymore." Her lips twitched despite herself. "You're ridiculous. And yet you're smiling," I pointed out. I'm not. You totally are, I said. She sighed and shoved a fry into her mouth, trying to hide the way her mood had lifted slightly. That was enough for me. I took another bite of my apple, crunching deliberately loud, then leaned back again. I kept my eyes on Edward without making it obvious. His stare hadn't wavered. His hands were tense on the table, his jaw tight. He wasn't just looking at Bella, he was struggling with something. I knew exactly what it was. Her scent. Her blood. The catalyst for the entire story. The part where things got dangerous. I hid my own seriousness behind an easy smile. Bella didn't need to know. Not yet. She just needed me to keep things light until she could breathe again. Okay, I said suddenly, so let's make a deal. Every time someone stares at you, you owe me $1. By the end of the week, I'll be rich. Bella groaned. That's not funny. It's hilarious, I said. Look, I'll prove it. Those two over there? Staring. That girl by the vending machine? Staring. Oh, and don't forget Mr. Golden Eyes across the room. That's at least $3 already. Shredder, she said, dragging out my name like a warning. Fine, fine. I'll give you a discount. 50 cents per stare. I'm generous like that. She threw a napkin at me. I caught it easily. Too easily. Her eyes flicked to my hand again, noticing how quick I was. I smirked. Reflexes, remember? Forks air. I told you. Bella shook her head. You're impossible. True, I said. But admit it, you'd be bored without me. She didn't answer, but she didn't deny it either. Lunch dragged on, the buzz of voices rising and falling around us. Edward never looked away. Neither did I. But while Bella kept her gaze firmly down, I made sure to act like none of it bothered me. If I was calm, she'd feel calmer. When the bell rang, she stood quickly, grabbing her tray. I walked with her to the trash bins, casually blocking her from the worst of the stares. She kept her head down, muttering under her breath. Everyone's looking at us. Correction, I said. Everyone's looking at you. I'm just the comic relief. That's not better, she said. Sure it is, I replied. Comic relief is essential. Without me, this whole school year would be a tragedy. She rolled her eyes, but I saw the smallest smile tugging at her lips again. Mission accomplished. We headed to our next classes. I split off, but I kept glancing back at the cafeteria. Edward was still watching Bella as she left. His expression was controlled, but I saw the strain in it. He was fighting himself already. I exhaled slowly. I wasn't going to let Bella face this alone. Not this time. The rest of the day passed in fragments. Teachers droned on, students whispered, and the rain outside never stopped. Between classes, I made a point of catching up with Bella, walking with her down the halls. I joked with her about the posters on the walls, about the squeaky lockers, about how Forks High felt like it hadn't updated anything since the 1980s. She rolled her eyes at me half the time, but she was less tense than she'd been in the cafeteria. By the final bell, she looked exhausted. Not physically, but from the constant attention. I nudged her shoulder lightly as we walked out to the truck. See? Survived day one. Not so bad. She gave me a look. It was terrible. Terrible's a strong word, I said. I'd go with mildly uncomfortable. I'd go with awful, she muttered. I laughed. Good thing tomorrow's a whole new chance. By then, people will be used to us. You'll see. Bella didn't argue, but she didn't agree either. She climbed into the truck, gripping the wheel again. I hopped into the passenger seat, stretching out comfortably. "Hey," I said casually as she started the engine. "You notice how quick I caught that napkin at lunch?" She shot me a sideways look. "You're still on that?" "Of course. I'm telling you, Forks air is magical. Pretty soon I'll be outrunning cars." "Don't even joke about that," she said flatly. "Fine, fine," I said, holding up my hands. "But admit it, you've noticed some things different." Bella hesitated. "You're just being weird." "Always," I said with a grin. She sighed and focused on the road. But I caught the way she bit her lip, the way she was thinking. She had noticed. That was fine. I'd let her think I was just acting strange. It was better that way for now. As the truck rattled down the wet streets of Forks, I leaned my head back and let Bella drive us home. The first day was done. The Cullens were watching. Edward had seen her. And I had made sure Bella didn't drown under the weight of it. That was enough for today. Chapter 4, Dinner at Home. By the time Bella and I pulled into the driveway, the drizzle outside had turned into something closer to a steady curtain of rain. Forks didn't mess around when it came to weather. The windshield wipers squeaked across the glass as Bella parked Charlie's truck in its usual spot. The familiar crunch of gravel under the tires felt almost too loud in the damp air. She shut off the engine and sighed, resting her forehead briefly against the steering wheel. I leaned back in my seat, arms crossed, watching her. "You look like you just survived a natural disaster," I said. "That's what today felt like," she muttered without lifting her head. I grinned. "Come on, it wasn't that bad. Nobody threw food at us, nobody challenged us to a fight, and I didn't get detention. That's a solid win in my book." Bella finally sat up straight, her hair slightly frizzed from the humidity. She gave me a look. "You enjoyed all of it?" "Of course," I said cheerfully. "Attention is my fuel. If people didn't stare at me, I'd probably wither away and die." She rolled her eyes, but she didn't argue. She knew I was only trying to lighten the mood. We grabbed our bags and ran through the rain to the front door. The familiar creak of the steps greeted us as we entered the house, the faint smell of old wood mixing with the sharper scent of whatever Charlie was cooking. "Smells like dinner," I said, tossing my bag onto the floor near the couch. "That's the real victory today." Bella kicked off her boots and lined them neatly by the door. I left mine haphazardly next to hers just to bother her. She shot me a glance but didn't say anything. Charlie was in the kitchen, standing over the stove with his back to us. He wore his usual uniform of a flannel shirt and jeans, sleeves rolled up. The sound of sizzling came from the pan in front of him. He looked over his shoulder when he heard us come in. "You two survived the first day?" he asked, his tone even as always. "Barely," Bella muttered, brushing past me toward the stairs. I stepped forward quickly, grinning. "We made it, Chief. No casualties." "Well, except Bella's social energy. That didn't make it." Bella stopped on the first step, glaring at me. "Don't exaggerate." I shrugged. "It's not exaggeration if it's true." Charlie gave a short huff that might have been a laugh. He set the spatula down and turned back to the stove. "Dinner's in 10. Don't wander off." Bella sighed and continued up the stairs. I followed, taking 2 steps at a time, just to be annoying. She shot me another glare when I almost bumped into her. "Stop," she said. "You're so easy to mess with," I teased, grinning. Her door slammed shut behind her. I laughed and went to my own room to drop off my bag. When Charlie called us down, the table was already set. Steak, potatoes, and green beans. Simple, filling, very Charlie. I slid into my seat cheerfully while Bella settled across from me, her face still set in that half-frown she wore whenever she was being watched. Charlie sat at the head of the table, cutting into his steak. So. First day. How'd it go? Bella shifted uncomfortably. It was fine. Fine, I repeated, shaking my head. That's the understatement of the century. Come on, Bella, tell him the truth. She shot me a sharp look. Don't. Charlie raised an eyebrow, glancing between us. Truth about what? I leaned forward on my elbows, grinning. She had at least 3 people staring at her before first period. And at lunch? Forget it. Half the cafeteria couldn't stop looking. She's basically a celebrity now. Bella groaned. You're making things up. I'm not, I said quickly. Ask anyone. She's the mysterious new girl from Arizona. Of course everyone's curious. Me? I was just the extra in the background. That's not how I saw it, Bella muttered. Charlie gave her a look. People noticed you. They stared, she admitted reluctantly, poking at her green beans with her fork. That's normal, Charlie said. New faces in a small town. People get curious. See? I said, pointing my fork at her. Even Dad agrees with me. Totally normal. Bella ignored me and focused on her plate. Charlie turned to me. What about you? Me? I said, grinning. Oh, I had a blast. Teachers liked me, students laughed at my jokes, nobody threw tomatoes. Solid first day. 10 out of 10, would attend again. Charlie shook his head, but I saw the small flicker of amusement in his eyes. He tried to hide it, but it was there. Dinner carried on in comfortable silence for a few minutes. The clink of silverware, the occasional sound of rain against the windows. I ate quickly, enjoying the simple meal. Bella picked at her food, eating slower. When I finished my steak, I leaned back in my chair and looked at her. So, Bella, are you gonna tell Dad about your admirer? Her fork clattered against her plate. What? Charlie frowned. Admirer. I grinned. Yep. Some guy couldn't stop staring at her during lunch. Real intense. Didn't even blink. Bella's face flushed. Stop it. Who? Charlie asked, his tone sharp now. Nobody, Bella said quickly. Shredder's exaggerating. Exaggerating? I said, raising an eyebrow. Come on, Bella, you saw him. He was practically burning holes through you with his eyes. I was worried the cafeteria would catch fire. Shredder, she hissed, her cheeks red. Charlie's expression grew serious. Who was it? Just some guy, Bella muttered, refusing to look up. I decided not to push further. Teasing Bella was fun, but getting Charlie too suspicious wasn't a good idea. Don't worry, Dad. It's nothing dangerous. Just a guy who thinks Bella's interesting. Happens all the time. Bella shot me a look of pure annoyance. Charlie relaxed slightly, though his frown didn't disappear. Well. If anyone bothers you, you let me know. Dad, nobody's bothering me, Bella said quickly. Good, Charlie said firmly. He stabbed another piece of steak with his fork. I leaned back in my chair again, satisfied. I'd teased Bella enough for the evening, and Charlie's protective streak was exactly what I expected. It fit perfectly with the canon I remembered. After dinner, I helped clear the table while Bella dried the dishes. She worked quietly, her eyes fixed on the plate in her hands. I bumped her elbow lightly with mine. Still mad at me? I asked. Yes, she said flatly. Come on, I was just joking. You don't have to point everything out. Maybe not, I admitted, smiling. But if I didn't, you'd keep everything bottled up until you explode. Someone's gotta balance you out. Bella sighed, setting the plate aside. You're impossible. And yet, here I am, I said. She shook her head, but I saw the corner of her mouth twitch again. That was enough for me. Later that night, Charlie settled in front of the TV with a game on. Bella retreated to her room with a book. I sat on the couch for a while, flipping through channels without really watching. My mind wandered back to lunch, to Edward's eyes locked on Bella. The intensity, the struggle. I knew exactly what it meant. But I kept my smile in place. No reason to worry Bella yet. Not when all she needed tonight was some peace and quiet. Chapter 5, Midnight in the Woods. Dinner was long done. Charlie was planted on the couch with a game murmuring low on the TV, his attention so fixed that he might as well have been glued to the spot. Bella had retreated upstairs with one of her books, shutting the door behind her in that way she always did when she wanted quiet. The house was calm, the kind of calm Forks seemed built for. I sat in my room, stretched out on the bed, tapping my fingers against the blanket. I could have gone to sleep, but my body didn't feel tired. Not the same way it used to. Ever since eating that devil fruit, there was a steady energy under my skin, as if sleep was optional. I could sleep if I wanted, but I didn't need it. That was reason enough to get up. I glanced at the door, listening carefully. Charlie's steady shifting from the couch told me he wasn't moving anytime soon. Bella's room was quiet, no footsteps, no pages turning anymore. She must have fallen asleep. I grabbed my jacket, slipped it on, and pushed open the window. The rain had slowed to a mist, the night air damp but not freezing. I climbed out carefully, landing in the yard without so much as a thud. My legs absorbed the drop with ease, my body light in a way that felt unnatural but completely under my control. The woods at the edge of the property were dark, but darkness didn't bother me anymore. My eyes adjusted quickly, sharper than human. Every detail of the bark, every drop of rain clinging to pine needles, every faint shift of a branch stood out. My hearing stretched, catching the distant rustle of an animal moving deeper in the forest. I smiled to myself. All right. Let's see what I can do. The first thing to test was strength. I walked to the nearest tree, a thick old pine with bark rough under my palm. I placed my hand against it, pushed lightly at first, then harder. The tree groaned faintly as it tilted a few inches, soil cracking around its roots. I blinked. That hadn't taken much effort at all. Grinning, I crouched slightly and shoved harder with both hands. The tree toppled over with a loud crack, crashing into the undergrowth. The sound echoed through the forest. Okay, I said aloud, brushing my hands together. Definitely stronger. I flexed my arms, rolling my shoulders. It wasn't overwhelming, not like the Cullens who could rip cars apart barehanded, but it was far beyond human. Enough to matter. Enough to protect Bella if something happened. Next was speed. I braced myself and ran forward. The ground blurred under me, each stride covering more distance than it should. I darted between trees, weaving without slowing, my body adjusting instinctively. Wind rushed against my face, the damp air cool in my lungs. I skidded to a stop after a minute, my shoes digging into the soft dirt. My breathing was steady, no burn in my chest, no ache in my legs. I could have kept going for hours. Not bad, I muttered with a grin. The real test came next. The devil fruit wasn't just about strength and speed. It was about turning into something else. I focused, thinking about the change I'd felt that first night when I ate the fruit. The shift in my body, the fangs pressing against my lips. I let that memory take over, and the change came smoothly. My skin paled slightly, my eyes sharpened, and I felt the unmistakable length of fangs against my tongue. My body felt lighter, stronger, every sense sharpened to a razor's edge. The forest around me lit up in clarity. I could smell the damp earth, the faint musk of an animal nearby, the trace of sap from the fallen tree. I flexed my fingers, grinning. So this is the full vampire form, huh? Not bad. It wasn't just physical changes, though. I concentrated, reaching deeper into the devil fruit's power, and thought about the bats. The image was clear in my head. A swirl of black mist gathered at my side, and then they appeared 3 small bats, wings fluttering rapidly. They weren't large or intimidating, just regular bat-sized, but they were mine. They circled me once before hovering, waiting. I chuckled. All right, little guys. Let's see what you can do. I pointed toward a nearby tree. Go. They darted forward, wings beating silently, and swarmed the tree. It wasn't impressive, they didn't break branches or tear bark, but the way they clung and scratched was distracting enough. I could see how a group of them could overwhelm someone if I summoned enough. Not fighters, I said thoughtfully. But useful. I snapped my fingers. The bats broke off and circled back to me. Then, on instinct, I thought about being where they were. The pull came instantly, and in a blink, I wasn't standing where I had been. I was by the tree, the bats scattering around me. I exhaled, steadying myself. Teleportation. That's a game changer. I tested it again, summoning another group of bats a few feet away. In a blink, I was with them, my body dissolving into their swarm and reforming instantly. Each time, it was smooth, no pain, no dizziness. I laughed quietly to myself. Now that's cool. It wasn't perfect, though. The bats felt weak, fragile. If someone hit them, they'd scatter easily. And I wasn't sure how many I could summon at once. Still, even as a distraction or quick escape, it was more than I could have asked for. I spent the next hour testing everything. Strength, I uprooted a smaller tree and tossed it aside like it weighed nothing. Speed, I raced across a clearing, faster each time, until I could weave between trunks without slowing. Reflexes, I tossed a rock into the air and caught it with ease, then threw it and caught it again in the dark. The bats became my main focus. I tried summoning more, pushing until I had a dozen flitting around me. It drained me slightly, a tug at my energy, but not enough to weaken me seriously. They weren't strong, but they were versatile, blocking vision, swarming someone's head, or carrying small objects if needed. Teleportation was the most useful. With practice, I could move almost instantly to wherever the bats were. Short distances, but enough to dodge or reposition in a fight. Enough to protect someone if danger struck. I thought briefly about blood. Vampires in Twilight grew stronger from it, but this wasn't exactly the same. The fruit had given me a vampire form, not their hunger. I didn't feel the same pull Edward did. Still, I wasn't sure if drinking blood would make me stronger. And I had no intention of testing it any time soon. That wasn't me. For now, I would work with what I had. And what I had was more than enough. By the time I slipped back into the house, the clock on the wall downstairs read past midnight. Charlie was asleep on the couch, the TV still on, soft static crackling after the game had ended. I carefully clicked it off and tossed a blanket over him before heading upstairs. Bella's room was silent. I peeked through her door just long enough to see her curled under the blanket, breathing slow. She looked peaceful, for once not weighed down by nerves or stares. I shut her door softly and returned to my own room. Peeling off my damp jacket, I lay back on the bed, arms folded behind my head. My body still thrummed with the energy of the night's tests. I grinned to myself. Forks might be grey and slow, but with the power I had now, I wasn't just another face in the crowd. I had what I needed to make sure Bella, Charlie, and I would be safe when things started to spiral. And they would. I knew that. But I'd be ready. Chapter 6, Pancakes and Quiet Mornings. The alarm buzzed faintly on my nightstand, but I'd already been awake for a while. Sleep felt optional these days. My body didn't drag or ache in the morning like it used to. I lay still for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling of my room, listening to the house around me. Charlie was downstairs. I could hear him moving in the kitchen, the scrape of a pan across the stovetop, the quiet clink of plates. The smell of pancakes drifted faintly up the stairs, mixing with the sharp scent of coffee. I swung my legs out of bed and stretched, pulling on a clean shirt. Fork's mornings had a rhythm already, grey skies pressing against the windows, the steady drizzle tapping against the glass, the smell of pine drifting in when you cracked the window. Even though we'd only been here a short time, it was starting to feel familiar. I stepped into the hall, pausing at Bella's door. Silence. She was still asleep. Typical. I grinned to myself, then knocked lightly. "Rise and shine, Arizona," I said through the door, cheerful. There was a groan, muffled by blankets. "Go away. No can do. Dad's making pancakes. If you don't get up soon, I'm eating your share." Another groan, louder this time. I laughed and headed downstairs. Charlie was at the stove, spatula in hand, flipping a pancake carefully. He looked over when I came in, his expression its usual calm neutrality. "Morning," he said. "Morning," I replied, sliding into a chair at the table. "Wow, pancakes. Didn't know you had this in your skill set." Charlie snorted quietly. "Don't get used to it. Figured I'd try while it's still the first week." "That's fair," I said with a grin. "First week, full effort. After that, it's back to cereal." He didn't answer, but I caught the faint twitch of amusement at the corner of his mouth. I grabbed the syrup bottle and spun it lazily in my hands while waiting. Charlie stacked a few pancakes onto a plate and set it in front of me. They were slightly uneven in size, a little darker on the edges, but the smell was solid. "Not bad," I said approvingly. "You might have just upgraded from police chief to pancake chief." "Eat," he said simply, turning back to the stove. I poured syrup generously and dug in, chewing happily. The pancakes were better than I expected, fluffy enough, warm, and filling. Simple food, but good. Bella shuffled into the kitchen a few minutes later, hair messy from sleep, sweatshirt hanging off one shoulder. She rubbed at her eyes as she slid into the chair across from me. "You look alive," I said. "Barely." "Don't talk," she muttered. Charlie set another plate of pancakes in front of her. "Eat." She sighed but picked up her fork, stabbing a piece of pancake. I grinned across the table. "See? Worth getting up for, right?" I said. Bella gave me a tired glare. "I was sleeping." "Yeah, but sleeping doesn't come with syrup," I said cheerfully. She rolled her eyes and took a bite. For a while, the kitchen was quiet except for the sounds of forks scraping against plates and the soft hiss of rain against the windows. Charlie poured himself a mug of coffee, sat down at the head of the table, and finally looked at us properly. "So," he said. "Day 2. You both ready?" "No," Bella said immediately. "Yes," I said at the same time, grinning. Charlie raised an eyebrow. "Conflicting reports?" I shrugged. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll keep her from imploding. Or exploding. Whichever one happens first." Bella kicked me lightly under the table. I pretended not to notice. "You don't need to do that," she said quietly. "Of course I do," I said easily. It's a brother's sworn duty to either annoy his sister endlessly or make sure she survives high school. I like to multitask. Charlie's eyes flicked to Bella. People still staring yesterday. Bella hesitated, then nodded slightly. Yeah. Normal, Charlie said. Forks doesn't get new kids often. It'll pass. I leaned forward on my elbows, grinning. See? Told you. By next week, they'll be bored of us. Of you, Bella corrected. They'll still stare at me. Only because you make it too easy, I teased. You look like you're trying to disappear every time someone glances your way. People get curious about that. Bella sighed. Not helping. Okay, fine, I said, raising my hands. Here's my new plan: if anyone stares too long today, I'll make direct eye contact and wink at them. Problem solved. They'll never look at you again. Bella's fork froze midair. Don't you dare. Charlie gave me a sharp look. Don't cause trouble. I held up my hands again, grinning. Relax, I'm joking. Probably. Bella groaned and pushed her plate away slightly. I reached over and stole one of her pancakes before she could react. She glared at me, but I stuffed it into my mouth triumphantly. You're unbelievable, she muttered. And yet you still sit at the same table as me, I said with a smile. She shook her head but didn't bother trying to take it back. The clock on the wall ticked steadily toward the time we needed to leave. Charlie drained the rest of his coffee and set the mug down with a soft clink. I'll head out now, he said, standing. You two better not be late. We won't, I said quickly. Charlie grabbed his jacket and keys. Don't let anyone bother your sister, he added, glancing at me. I gave him a mock salute. On it, Chief. He shook his head, clearly used to my tone by now, and headed out the door. The sound of his cruiser starting up echoed faintly through the drizzle before fading as he drove away. The kitchen was quiet again. Bella leaned back in her chair, staring at the last of her pancakes like she was deciding whether to eat them or surrender. I tapped my fork against my plate. So, are you ready to face another round of Forks High fame? No, she said flatly. Good answer, I said. Me neither. But hey, if we survive today, that's 2 whole days under our belts. At this rate, we'll graduate in no time. Bella groaned again and dropped her head into her hands. I laughed. Come on, it won't be that bad. Worst case, you sit in class, people look, and then they get bored. Just, don't overthink it. You don't know what it's like, she muttered. Sure I do, I said easily. I just don't care when people stare. Big difference. You should try it. She looked up at me sharply. That's impossible. I grinned. Not if you pretend they're staring at me instead. Problem solved. She didn't respond, but I saw the smallest twitch at the corner of her lips. I stood, grabbing my bag. All right, let's roll. Don't want to keep the fine people of Forks High waiting. Bella followed reluctantly, pulling her jacket tighter around herself as we headed out the door. The truck rattled to life when she turned the key. I settled into the passenger seat, propping my arm against the window. The rain pattered steadily across the windshield, the wipers squeaking in rhythm. Bella drove in silence for a while, her grip tight on the wheel. I glanced at her and decided to cut through it. So, predictions for today, I said. At least 5 people will ask you where you're from. 2 will comment on your hair. 1 will ask if you like the rain. Any other bets? She shot me a look. You're making this worse. No, I'm preparing you, I said with a grin. It's strategy. If you know what's coming, it won't bother you. Or it'll bother me more, she muttered. I laughed. We'll see. As the truck rolled into the school parking lot, I leaned back, already watching the clusters of students gathering under umbrellas and hoods. Just like yesterday, heads turned as the truck pulled in. Bella stiffened, but I gave her a nudge with my elbow. Showtime, I said lightly. She groaned, but she didn't argue. And together, we stepped out into the drizzle, ready for day 2 at Forks High. Chapter 7, The Lab Seat. By the time second period ended, I had already gotten used to the pattern. Kids whispered when I walked into a room, teachers introduced me, and I made a joke or two just to loosen things up. Forks High wasn't exactly brimming with excitement, so a little humor went a long way. It was easy for me. I didn't overthink it. Bella, on the other hand, was struggling. I'd caught her in the hallway between classes, her shoulders stiff, her eyes darting down every time someone glanced at her. She wasn't used to the constant attention. She never liked being in the spotlight. Relax, I said as we walked side by side down the hall toward biology. It's not like anyone's throwing tomatoes. That's not funny, she muttered. It's hilarious, I said, grinning. Trust me, this is nothing. Give it a week and they'll be bored. By next month, they won't even remember we're new. I hope so, she said quietly. We reached the classroom door, and I opened it with a flourish. After you, Miss Swan, star of the show. She rolled her eyes but walked in ahead of me. The room was warm compared to the hallway, a faint smell of soil and something chemical lingering in the air. Glass tanks lined the walls, some filled with preserved samples, others with plants. The hum of a small fan near the window filled the silence. The students were already seated, pairs at each lab table. As Bella stepped inside, the whispers started again. Not loud, but noticeable. Heads turned, eyes followed her. She froze for a second, then quickly walked toward the teacher's desk to hand over her slip. I followed her in, grinning casually at the nearest pair of students just to deflect some of the stares. They blinked at me, surprised, and looked away. That's when I saw him. Edward Cullen. He sat at the far side of the room, near the window. His skin looked pale against the dim light, his golden eyes sharp but not steady. The moment Bella walked in, his entire body went rigid. His jaw clenched, his hands curled into fists on the desk. He was staring at her again, but this time it wasn't calm or curious. It was tense. Bella didn't notice. She was too focused on her slip, her steps quick as she handed it to Mr. Banner. I did notice. And I remembered exactly why. The scent of her blood. It was stronger to him than anyone else's. It hit him like a storm, and he was fighting it. I knew the story. I knew what this moment meant. But Bella? She was clueless. Mr. Banner scanned the slip and looked up. All right, Isabella Swan. You'll sit, he paused, scanning the room, then pointed. There. Next to Edward Cullen. Bella froze. I almost laughed at the timing. Edward's hands gripped the edge of his desk, his knuckles white. His eyes flicked briefly to the teacher, then back to Bella, his expression sharp. He didn't move to welcome her. He didn't even pretend. Bella hesitated, then looked back at me. I gave her an encouraging smile and a small shrug. Good luck, I mouthed, teasing but light. She glared faintly, but the look in her eyes was nervous. She turned and walked toward the empty seat. Edward's chair scraped sharply against the floor. The sound cut through the room, loud enough that everyone looked up. He leaned away from the desk as Bella sat down, his body angled as far from her as possible. His jaw was locked tight, his face strained. Bella sat stiffly, clearly uncomfortable. She didn't understand his reaction, but she felt it. I sat back in my own chair across the room, watching closely. Outwardly, I stayed casual, leaning back with a half grin whenever anyone glanced my way. But inside, my attention never left the two of them. Bella opened her notebook, her hand trembling slightly as she clicked her pen. Edward didn't move. His hands gripped the edge of the table, his body so tense it looked painful. The teacher began the lecture, pointing to diagrams on the board, but I barely heard the words. My focus was split between Bella's growing unease and Edward's silent struggle. Bella shifted uncomfortably in her seat, sneaking a glance at Edward. His eyes were locked on the far wall, his body turned away from her completely. She looked down quickly, her lips pressing together. I leaned forward slightly in my chair, resting my chin on my hand, and caught her eye from across the room. When she glanced at me, I exaggerated a goofy thumbs up, grinning. Her eyes widened, then narrowed instantly. She mouthed, "Stop." I winked. She shook her head, but I saw the tiniest flicker of relief on her face. She was still tense, but at least she wasn't drowning in confusion anymore. Class dragged on, the teacher droning about cell structure while Edward sat motionless. Bella scribbled half-hearted notes, her shoulders hunched. Every so often she glanced at him again, then quickly looked away. When the bell finally rang, Bella was the first to move. She shoved her notebook into her bag and stood quickly, almost tripping over the strap in her hurry. Edward was out of his chair in an instant, moving faster than anyone else in the room. His chair clattered loudly as he pushed it back. He strode to the door, his face pale and strained, and vanished into the hall before anyone could stop him. The rest of the class shuffled out slowly, confused by his behavior but too polite to say anything. Bella lingered, frozen in place. She looked completely lost, her brows furrowed as she stared at the empty seat where Edward had been. I walked over casually, slinging my bag onto my shoulder. "Well," I said lightly, "that went smoothly." Bella shot me a look. "What was that?" I shrugged. "No idea. He looked like he'd smelled something weird." "Did you forget deodorant this morning?" "Shredder," she hissed, her cheeks turning red. I grinned. "Relax, I'm kidding. He's just different. Forks is full of characters. Don't take it personally." "I don't," she started, then stopped, clearly unsure. I nudged her shoulder gently. "Hey! Don't overthink it. If he's weird, that's on him. You're fine." She sighed, rubbing her forehead. "That was so awkward." "Only if you make it awkward," I teased. "Look, if it happens again, just imagine he's constipated. That'll make it easier." She blinked at me, then smacked my arm lightly with her notebook. "You're unbelievable. And yet, effective," I said cheerfully. "See? You're already less stressed." She groaned, but I saw the smallest smile tug at her lips as we walked out of the classroom together. The rest of the day, Bella was quieter than usual. She kept glancing down hallways, scanning classrooms, clearly unsettled by Edward's reaction. I kept up my usual rhythm, joking with people, making small talk with classmates, waving at anyone who stared too long. It gave her some space to hide in my shadow, exactly the way I intended. By the time the final bell rang, she still looked uneasy, but not as shaken as before. Mission accomplished. Chapter 8, A Table of Questions. By the time Bella and I pulled into the driveway, the rain had turned from drizzle to a full-on steady pour. Forks always seemed determined to remind you it was the rainiest corner of the country. The windshield wipers squeaked with every pass, and Bella's hands stayed locked on the steering wheel even after she parked. She didn't say anything. Not a single word since biology. I leaned back in my seat, watching her. She stared straight ahead, eyes fixed on nothing. Her mouth was tight, her expression stiff, the same look she always wore when she didn't want to admit something was bothering her. "You're doing that thing again," I said finally. "What thing?" she asked, not looking at me. "The thing where you pretend you're fine, but really, you're not. You're about as subtle as an elephant." She shot me a sharp glance. "I'm fine." "Sure you are," I said cheerfully. "And I'm secretly the quarterback of Forks High. Want me to sign your yearbook now, or later?" Bella groaned, pushing open the truck door. "You're impossible." "Thanks," I called after her, grinning as I followed. The rain hit us immediately, soaking our jackets as we hurried inside. The warmth of the house wrapped around us as we stepped in, the smell of something cooking faint in the air. Charlie was already in the kitchen, standing at the counter with a pot simmering on the stove. "Hey, kids," he said in his usual steady tone. "Dinner in 15. "Smells good," I said, hanging my jacket on the hook. Bella stayed quiet, heading upstairs with her bag. I watched her go, then glanced back at Charlie. He raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. I joined him in the kitchen, peering into the pot. "What's for dinner?" "Chili," he said simply. "Nice," I said, grinning. Nothing says family bonding like fighting over who gets the last scoop. Charlie didn't answer, but his mustache twitched in what I was pretty sure was amusement. I set the table while he finished cooking, arranging the bowls and spoons with more flair than necessary. By the time Bella came down, dinner was ready. She slid into her chair, her expression still guarded. Charlie ladled chili into each bowl and sat down at the head of the table. For a while, the only sounds were the clinks of spoons and the quiet hum of the fridge. The chili was hearty, with a bit of spice that lingered just enough to warm your throat. "So," Charlie said finally, glancing between us. "How was the second day?" "Fine," Bella said quickly. I grinned. "Not true. She's lying." It was dramatic. The cafeteria almost exploded. Bella's head snapped up. "It was not." "Okay, maybe not literally," I said with a shrug. But there was definite tension. Forks hasn't seen this much excitement since they installed a new vending machine. Charlie frowned. "What happened?" "Nothing," Bella said firmly, glaring at me. I waved my spoon. "She's overreacting." "It wasn't nothing. She sat next to Edward Cullen in biology, and he acted like she had a contagious disease." Bella's cheeks turned pink. "Stop it." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "Edward Cullen? Carlisle's kid?" Bella stared at her bowl. "Yes." "What do you mean, acted like she had a disease?" Charlie pressed. I leaned back in my chair, still smiling. He leaned as far away from her as possible. Whole desk shift. It was like watching magnets repel. I thought he was gonna fall out of his chair. "Shredder," Bella hissed, her cheeks red now. I chuckled. "Relax, I'm just saying." It was impressive. I've never seen anyone lean that far without tipping over. Charlie's frown deepened. "Did he say anything to you?" Bella shook her head quickly. "No. He didn't have to," I said lightly. His body language screamed loud enough for both of them. Bella glared at me. "You're making this worse." "Am I?" I asked innocently. I thought I was adding helpful commentary. Charlie set down his spoon, his expression serious. "If he bothers you." "He's not bothering me," Bella cut in, a little too quickly. I raised an eyebrow. "You sure?" "Because it looked pretty awkward to me." "It was awkward," she admitted reluctantly, "but that doesn't mean he's bothering me." Charlie leaned back, still frowning. "Strange kid. His family keeps to themselves. But Carlisle's a good man." They're decent people. Sure, I said cheerfully. Decent, pale, quiet, lean away from you in biology people. Bella kicked me under the table. I grinned at her. Seriously, Charlie said, looking at Bella. If anyone gives you trouble, you tell me. Got it? I got it, she said quickly. I leaned forward on my elbows, smiling. Don't worry, Dad. I'll keep an eye on her. If anyone so much as sneezes in her direction, I'll be on it. Charlie gave me a look. You don't need to start fights. I won't, I promised, still smiling. I'll just make sure Bella survives high school. Which, given today, might be harder than it sounds. Bella groaned, dropping her head into her hands. You're unbelievable. And yet, highly entertaining, I said. Charlie shook his head but didn't argue. The rest of dinner passed in relative quiet. Bella picked at her chili, eating slowly. Charlie finished his bowl methodically, as steady as always. I polished mine off quickly and stole a piece of bread from the center plate, earning a glare from Bella when I dipped it in her bowl. What? I asked innocently. Sharing is caring. Not when it's my food, she muttered. Charlie stood, gathering his empty bowl. I'll handle dishes tonight. I can help, I offered. You can dry, he said, handing me a towel. Bella and I stood together, passing him bowls as he washed. She stayed quiet, lost in thought. I bumped her shoulder lightly as I dried a plate. You gonna survive tomorrow? I asked. I don't know, she admitted softly. You will, I said easily. Worst case, Edward leans away from you again. If he leans any further, he'll break the laws of physics. Could be fun to watch. Bella shook her head, but I caught the twitch of her lips. She was trying not to smile. That's my goal, I said cheerfully. Keep you just annoyed enough to distract you from worrying. You're good at that, she said dryly. Thank you, I said with a grin. Later, Charlie settled in front of the TV, the glow of the screen flickering against his face. Bella retreated upstairs with her book again. I stayed in the kitchen a bit longer, wiping down the counter unnecessarily, my mind turning over the day. Edward's reaction hadn't been a joke. I knew why he acted that way. His struggle was real, dangerous even. Bella didn't know, and she didn't need to not yet. For now, it was enough that she had me keeping her steady, keeping her from drowning in confusion. As long as I kept the house calm, kept the tension low, we could get through this step by step. Chapter 9, The Empty Seat. By Wednesday morning, the colon-shaped shadow hanging over biology class had become impossible to ignore. When Bella and I walked into the cafeteria that day, she scanned the tables automatically. Her eyes lingered for a second on the colon table before flicking away quickly, like she hadn't meant to look but couldn't help it. Edward wasn't there. He hadn't been there yesterday either. I noticed. She noticed. And she was trying really hard not to let me know she noticed. The rest of the colons still sat together, quiet, as separate from the rest of the school as they always were. They didn't look like anything was out of place, didn't whisper or glance at the empty seat. But the absence was glaring, and Bella wasn't the only one who'd picked up on it. Students at other tables whispered here and there. I grinned and leaned across our table, lowering my voice. Well, looks like your dramatic lab partner pulled a disappearing act. Guess you're off the hook. Bella shot me a look. I wasn't on the hook. You totally were, I said cheerfully. You sit down. He nearly falls out of his chair leaning away from you, then he vanishes for 2 days straight? That's textbook drama. Her cheeks colored faintly. He probably just has the flu. Sure, I said, raising an eyebrow. The flu that only strikes right after he meets you. Very selective virus. Scientists are gonna want to study that. Shredder, she muttered, stabbing at her salad with her fork. I grinned wider. Relax. I'm kidding. He's probably just busy. Or maybe Forks is too rainy for him, and he took a vacation to somewhere sunny. Bella didn't laugh. Her eyes flicked once more toward the Cullens table before she quickly looked down again. I leaned back in my chair, still grinning, but my mind was working. Edward's absence wasn't random. I knew the story. He was gone because of Bella, because her scent had hit him harder than anyone else's, because being near her had nearly broken his control. And while Bella thought she was just being self-conscious, I understood the truth. That didn't mean I was going to let her stew in confusion. Hey, I said casually, nudging her foot under the table. Don't overthink it. If he doesn't show up again tomorrow, I'll declare him officially missing and start printing milk cartons with his face on them. That earned me the smallest twitch of a smile. Mission accomplished. The next day, Thursday, Edward still wasn't there. Biology felt different without him. Bella sat at the lab table stiffly, her eyes sliding toward the empty seat every so often. She tried to hide it, but I caught it every time. Her notes were half-hearted, her pen tapping lightly against the paper whenever the teacher droned on. I sat at my table across the room, pretending to focus on the lecture but really keeping half an eye on her. Whenever she glanced toward the empty chair, I made exaggerated faces until she noticed. Crossed eyes, puffed cheeks, tongue sticking out. Each time, she glared at me, but I caught the corners of her mouth twitching once or twice. At the end of class, as we packed our things, I strolled over casually. Wow, I said, glancing at the empty seat. Still no Edward. At this rate, he'll have to repeat biology just to catch up. Bella didn't look at me. Maybe he transferred. Transferred? I said, pretending to gasp. What, after one awkward lab partner assignment? That's brutal. Stop, she muttered, but her voice was quieter this time. I bumped her shoulder lightly. Come on. He's just a guy. Don't let him take up all this space in your head. She stiffened, then shoved her notebook into her bag. He's not. Uh-huh, I said, grinning as I followed her out the door. And I'm secretly 6'5" and a basketball star. She groaned. Why do I talk to you? Because I'm your brother, and I make your life more entertaining, I said cheerfully. She didn't answer, but I caught the way her lips pressed together, like she was fighting not to smile. By Friday, the whispers had grown louder. Students at lunch were openly speculating about Edward's absence. Maybe he's sick. Maybe the Cullens are on a family trip. Or maybe he just doesn't like school. I leaned closer to Bella at our table. See? Everyone's curious. Not just you. You're officially off the hook. She stabbed a fry and shoved it in her mouth without answering. I chuckled. You know, if you're this invested, we might need to start a search party. Forks Search and Rescue, now accepting volunteers. Bella glared. I'm not invested. Sure, I said lightly. That's why you've looked at their table 5 times in the last 10 minutes. Her cheeks flushed. You're counting. Of course, I said, grinning. It's important scientific data. Observation is the first step of the scientific method. She groaned and dropped her head into her hands. You're impossible. And yet, you keep me around, I said cheerfully. At dinner that night, Charlie noticed too. He ladled stew into our bowls, sat at the head of the table, and looked at Bella. You've been quiet all week. Something on your mind? Bella froze. No. I jumped in before she could dig herself deeper. She's just tired. Biology's wearing her out. The teacher's been throwing cell diagrams at them like grenades. Charlie frowned, glancing between us. That's so. Yep, I said, nodding firmly. I think she's got mitochondria-related trauma. Tragic, really. Bella shot me a death glare across the table. Shut up. I grinned. See? Emotional damage confirmed. Charlie shook his head and went back to his stew. As long as it's just schoolwork. Totally just schoolwork, I said quickly. Bella muttered something under her breath, stabbing at her stew. I leaned closer, lowering my voice just enough for her to hear. Relax. Dad doesn't need to know your lab partner pulled a disappearing act. That'll just make him suspicious. Her eyes snapped to mine. You better not say anything. I smirked. Who, me? I'd never. She didn't believe me, but she didn't argue further. The weekend came, and Edward's absence stretched on. Saturday was quiet in the Swan house. Charlie left early for a fishing trip, his gear rattling as he packed it into the cruiser. Bella stayed in her room most of the day, reading. I hovered in the kitchen, flipping through the fridge, tossing an apple from hand to hand. When I knocked on her door around noon, she muttered a faint, "Come in." She was sprawled on her bed, book open in front of her, hair falling across her face. She looked up as I leaned against the door frame. You look like you're solving world hunger in there, I said. Just reading, she muttered. Reading and overthinking, I corrected. 2 for 1 special. Her mouth tightened. I'm not. Yes, you are, I said, stepping inside and plopping into her desk chair. You've been quiet since Wednesday. And every time someone says the word Cullen, your face does that thing. What thing? She asked, frowning. That thing where your eyebrows twitch and you suddenly look like you want to disappear, I said, grinning. She threw a pillow at me. I caught it easily and tossed it back. Seriously, I said lightly. Don't let it eat at you. He's just a guy who's been absent for a couple of days. Big deal. Bella sighed, pushing her hair back. It's not just that. He looked at me like, she trailed off, biting her lip. I leaned forward, raising an eyebrow. Like what? She shook her head. Forget it. I smirked. Oh, come on. You can't drop half a sentence and leave it there. That's illegal. Shredder, she said firmly. Fine, fine, I said, raising my hands in surrender. I won't push. But for the record, if he shows up next week and stares at you again, I'm charging him rent. That earned me a small laugh. Just a breath, but it was there. There it is, I said, grinning. Proof that I'm effective. Bella shook her head, but she didn't look quite as weighed down anymore. By Sunday night, the weekend had passed without much happening. Charlie grilled burgers in the backyard under a light drizzle, flipping them with practiced ease. Bella and I sat on the porch, plates balanced on our laps, listening to the faint hiss of rain on the roof. Charlie joined us, his plate in hand, and we ate quietly for a while. Then he glanced at Bella again. You ready for Monday? She hesitated. Yeah. I jumped in. Of course she's ready. Day 5 of Forks High survival. She's practically a veteran now. Bella groaned. You're exaggerating. That's my job, I said cheerfully. Charlie shook his head, but I saw the way his eyes softened slightly. He didn't miss Bella's nerves, but he let it slide. And I made sure to keep the mood light until the plates were cleared and the night settled in. Chapter 10, More Than Just Bats. Sunday night in Forks was quiet in the way only small towns could be. Charlie had gone upstairs early, muttering about paperwork waiting at the station in the morning. Bella was in her room, reading by the faint glow of her lamp. I could hear the occasional shuffle of a page turning, her movements soft and careful. I, on the other hand, wasn't in the mood to sit still. The weekend had passed slowly, Edward nowhere to be seen at school, Bella acting distracted but pretending otherwise. I'd done my best to keep her calm with jokes and teasing, but my mind had been elsewhere too. I hadn't forgotten the fruit I'd eaten, or what it had done to me. The vampire fruit wasn't just sitting dormant inside me, it was power, waiting to be sharpened. So once the house had gone quiet and the steady sound of Fork's rain took over, I slipped my jacket on, pushed my window open, and climbed outside into the damp air. The yard was slick from the drizzle, mud clinging to my shoes as I landed. I glanced back at the house. No light flickered from Bella's window. Good. She didn't need to know about this yet. The woods welcomed me with their usual damp weight. The smell of wet bark, moss, and pine filled the air. The ground was soft beneath my steps, but I moved lightly, the strength in my body making every stride feel easier than it should. I stopped in a small clearing, the same one I'd tested my abilities in a few nights ago. Fallen branches lay scattered, one tree still tipped from when I'd shoved it over during my first test. I grinned faintly at the sight. Proof that this wasn't a dream. All right, I said softly to myself. Let's see what else you can do. First came the basics. Strength. I approached another tree, this one thinner, maybe only a decade old. I gripped the trunk with both hands, fingers digging into the rough bark. With a steady push, I felt the roots strain. The ground cracked slightly, and then with another shove, the tree tilted and crashed onto its side with a muffled thud. I dusted my hands off. Still got it. I grabbed a large rock next, about the size of a backpack. My arms flexed easily as I lifted it. In my old body, I'd have struggled, but now it felt like little more than lifting a heavy bag of groceries. I tossed it into the air, caught it with one hand, then lobbed it across the clearing. It hit the ground with a solid thump, embedding itself partly in the mud. All right. Strength, check. Next came speed. I crouched low, picked a tree about 50 yards away, and launched forward. My feet pounded the ground, but my body barely felt the impact. The world blurred, the trees whipping past me until I skidded to a stop against the marked trunk. My shoes dug furrows in the mud. I tested it again, darting in zigzags, weaving between trees. Each movement was smoother than before, my reflexes sharp, my body quick to adjust. It wasn't the same level as a Cullen's speed I remembered how the books and movies described them, but it was far beyond human. Enough to matter. I stopped, breathing steady. No strain, no burning lungs. I could keep going like this for hours. Not bad, I muttered. Now came the real test. The bats. I closed my eyes and focused on the strange energy the fruit gave me. It wasn't chakra, it wasn't ki, just a new instinct inside me. I thought of the bats, pictured them fluttering around me, and the air shimmered faintly. With a quiet rush, 6 bats formed, small and quick, wings beating in uneven rhythm. They circled me once, waiting. I grinned. There you are. I pointed at a tree. Go. They shot forward, swarming the bark, their claws scratching faintly. It wasn't destructive, but the flurry of wings made it hard to see past them. A person would have struggled to focus with that in their face. Good distraction, I said thoughtfully. I whistled softly, and the bats circled back to me. This time, I wanted more. I pushed harder with that same energy, summoning another group. 4 more appeared, bringing the total to 10. The drain was faint but noticeable, like a pull in my chest. Not painful, just tiring if I overdid it. 10 bats darted around me, chaotic but manageable. I waved a hand, and they swirled into a loose cloud before breaking off again. All right, I muttered. Let's try the big trick. Teleportation. I pointed toward the other side of the clearing, focused on the bats there, and willed myself to join them. In an instant, my body dissolved into the swarm, and I reformed by the fallen tree. No dizziness, no pain. Just quick. I laughed quietly. Still works. I tested it again, summoning bats a few feet away and teleporting repeatedly, bouncing from one side of the clearing to the other. Each jump was smooth, each reform seamless. The bats scattered after each teleport, fluttering away into the night before fading into nothing. After a dozen tries, I stopped, panting slightly. The drain was there, small but building. I could feel my limits, but I hadn't reached them yet. Curious, I decided to push further. I summoned 15 bats this time, the air filling with their fluttering wings. They swirled chaotically, circling me in a dizzying pattern. I felt the tug of energy stronger this time, a weight pressing faintly at the edge of my focus. All right, that's about the limit, I muttered. I waved my hand, and the bats swarmed forward. They struck at a nearby bush, scratching and clawing until the leaves tore slightly. They weren't strong individually, but together they were distracting enough to buy time in a fight. Good enough, I said, dispersing them with another thought. They vanished into wisps of shadow, leaving the clearing silent again. Finally, I tested the vampire form. The change came easily now. My fangs pressed against my lips, my eyes sharpened, my senses stretching outward. The drizzle of rain sounded louder, sharper. I could hear the faint rustle of a rabbit moving in the underbrush 50 feet away, smell the damp fur of it carried faintly on the wind. I crouched, leapt upward, and landed on a tree branch high above the ground. The wood creaked under my weight, but my balance held. My grip was stronger, my vision clearer, my reflexes sharper. I dropped back down silently, landing without a sound. The form was more than enough. It didn't make me invincible, but it gave me the edge I needed in a world full of vampires and werewolves. Blood crossed my mind briefly. I wasn't thirsty for it, not like Edward or the Cullens. But the question lingered, would drinking it make me stronger? I shoved the thought aside. That wasn't an option I wanted to test anytime soon. Not unless I had no choice. For now, I had what I needed. By the time I slipped back into the house through my window, the clock read past 1 in the morning. My clothes were damp, my hands faintly scratched from branches, but my grin hadn't faded. I hung my jacket on the back of the chair and flopped onto my bed, staring at the ceiling. The weekend was over. Tomorrow, school would start again. Edward might show up. He might not. But either way, I wasn't walking in blind. I was ready. Chapter 11, The Return. Monday mornings in Forks didn't feel any different from the rest of the week. The sky was still grey, the rain still steady, and the air still smelled faintly of pine and damp earth. The only thing that set it apart was the alarm clock buzzing too early. I rolled out of bed, stretched, and listened. The house was quiet, save for the faint sound of Charlie in the kitchen. Bella's room was silent, no surprise there. She hated mornings more than anything. I knocked on her door lightly. "Rise and shine, Bella. Monday's waiting." A groan answered me. I grinned. That's the spirit. Downstairs, Charlie was at the stove again. Eggs this time. The smell filled the small kitchen, mixing with coffee and toast. He glanced up as I walked in, his usual neutral expression in place. "Morning," he said. "Morning," I replied, sliding into a chair at the table. "Eggs, huh? At this rate, we'll have a whole cookbook of Chief Swan breakfasts by the end of the month." He snorted quietly. "Don't count on it." Bella came down a few minutes later, hair still messy, eyes half shut. She slumped into her chair without a word. I grinned at her. Wow, you look thrilled to start the week. She muttered, don't talk to me. I raised my hands. Hey, I'm just saying, you're really selling the whole excited student vibe. Charlie set plates down in front of us. Eat before you're late. Bella poked at her eggs. I dug in happily. Fork's food might be simple, but I wasn't picky. The drive to school was quiet at first. Rain tapped steadily on the windshield, the wipers squeaking back and forth. I leaned back in the passenger seat, watching the mist roll off the trees. Bella gripped the wheel tightly, her eyes fixed on the road. I noticed how her shoulders tensed the closer we got to the school. Relax, I said casually. It's just another day. People stare, teachers talk too much, lunch tastes weird. Business as usual. She glanced at me. You don't get it. Sure I do, I said. I just don't care when people stare. It makes life more fun. She sighed, turning into the parking lot. Students were already gathering in groups, the usual chatter rising above the drizzle. Heads turned as the old truck pulled in, eyes following us the way they had since last week. I nudged her arm. See? Our fan club's still loyal. How lucky are we? Stop, she muttered, cheeks coloring faintly. I laughed as we parked and headed inside. The morning dragged through the first few classes. Forks High was small, the halls always crowded with the same faces. I settled into my rhythm, easily cracking small jokes, smiling at whoever looked curious, keeping things light. Bella stayed quiet, walking beside me with her head down. By the time lunch rolled around, I could feel her tension building. She tried not to look at the Cullen table, but her eyes flicked that way anyway. This time, all 5 Cullens were there. Including Edward. He sat stiffly, his pale face calm but strained. His golden eyes flicked across the cafeteria once, briefly landing on Bella before darting away. I leaned toward her as we sat at our table. Well, look who decided to show up. Mr. Dramatic Lean himself. Bella froze mid-motion, her fork hovering above her salad. Don't. I grinned. What? I'm just saying. One day he's gone, next day he's back. Suspenseful stuff. Shredder, she muttered, glaring at me. I winked. Relax. Just eat your food. He's not gonna bite you. Her cheeks turned red. That's not funny. It's a little funny, I said cheerfully. She stabbed at her salad and refused to look at me. I let it go, keeping my grin but filing away the important part. Edward was watching, even if he pretended not to. By the time biology rolled around, the tension was obvious. Bella walked slower than usual, her grip tight on her notebook. I walked beside her, trying to keep things casual. All right, place your bets, I said lightly. Think he leans away again? Or maybe this time he'll lean so far he actually falls off the chair. Bella groaned. Can you be serious for once? I glanced at her. Her face was pale, her eyes wide. She really was nervous. Okay, I said more gently. Listen. Just sit down, take notes, and ignore him. If he does something weird, that's on him. Not you. She swallowed hard but nodded. We stepped into the classroom. Edward was already there, sitting stiffly in his chair. His hands were clenched around the edge of the desk, his jaw tight. His eyes flicked up as Bella walked in, and for a split second, his expression twisted like he was in pain, like being near her was physically hard. Bella froze. Then, slowly, she walked toward her seat. I slid into my own chair across the room, pretending to focus on the teacher but really keeping one eye on them. Edward didn't move away this time, He sat perfectly still, his face blank, but his body was tense like a bowstring. His eyes stayed fixed on the desk, not daring to look at her directly. Bella sat stiffly, her notebook open, pen trembling slightly in her hand. She tried to focus on the lecture, but her eyes flicked toward Edward once, then quickly down again. I caught her gaze across the room and exaggerated a thumbs up. She glared at me, her cheeks pink, but I saw the smallest flicker of relief in her eyes. The teacher droned on about mitosis, diagrams scribbled across the board. Edward answered one question in a voice so smooth it sounded rehearsed, then fell silent again. The air in the room felt heavy, but only for them. Everyone else was oblivious. I leaned my chin on my hand, grinning faintly. Well, I thought, this is gonna be interesting. The bell finally rang. Bella shoved her notebook into her bag, practically bolting from her seat. Edward stayed seated, his hands gripping the desk until the room emptied. I caught up with Bella in the hall. "See?" I said lightly. "Nobody died. No desk collapsed. Smooth sailing." Her face was pale. He didn't even look at me. "Hey, that's progress," I said cheerfully. Day 1, he almost fell out of his chair. Today, he stayed upright the whole time. Improvement. She shot me a look, half annoyed, half confused. "You don't get it." "Sure I do," I said, bumping her shoulder. "You're worried for no reason. He's just a weird guy. Forks is full of them." She sighed, muttering something under her breath. I grinned. "Relax, Bella. If he gets weirder, I'll start keeping a chart. Cullen drama levels, day by day. Could make good money off it." Her lips twitched, but she forced them into a frown. "You're impossible." "And yet, effective," I said cheerfully. The rest of the day blurred by, the tension of biology still lingering but not as sharp. By the time we climbed into the truck after school, Bella's face had lost some of its stiffness. I leaned back in my seat, stretching. "See? Monday survived. No explosions, no fainting, no cafeteria riots. That's a win." Bella shook her head, gripping the wheel. "You make everything sound like a joke." "Not everything," I said. "Just the parts that don't need to be serious. Trust me, if it ever really matters, I'll drop the jokes. Until then," I grinned at her. "Might as well make you laugh." She didn't answer, but her lips pressed together, not quite hiding the way she was holding back a smile. I leaned my head against the window as the truck rumbled down the wet streets of Forks. Edward Cullen was back. The story was moving again. And I was right in the middle of it. Chapter 12, Talk in Biology. Monday had the same grey sky and the same wet roads. The house felt the same too. Charlie moved through the kitchen with steady steps. Bella took longer to come downstairs, her hair still damp from the shower, her eyes half open. I felt awake the moment I stood up. My body ran smooth and steady now. Sleep came easy when I wanted it, but I did not need much. Charlie made toast and eggs. The pan clicked against the stove. The coffee machine hissed. The kitchen smelled like butter and black coffee. I sat at the table and spun my fork once just to make Bella blink in annoyance. She sat across from me and hunched over her plate. Charlie watched for a second and then looked back at the stove. "Eat," he said. I gave him a light salute with my fork. "Yes, sir." Bella poked at her eggs. She took small bites. I ate fast. Charlie sat down last, drank coffee, and scanned us both in that quiet way he had. "Ride's okay?" he asked. "Truck is fine," Bella said. "Good," he said. I stretched my legs under the table and nudged Bella's ankle. "Ready for round 2 of last week's greatest hits?" She did not look up. No. Too bad, I said with a smile. The fans await. She gave me a long look that said she wanted me to stop, but her mouth twitched for half a second. I counted that as a win. We finished, grabbed our bags, and headed out. The driveway had a shallow film of water. The wet gravel made a soft grind under our shoes. The truck's door hinges squeaked. The engine rumbled. Bella adjusted the seatbelt and pulled out. The drive was quiet for a few blocks. I let it sit that way and watched the trees pass by in steady rows. The rain tapped the windshield. The wipers pushed it aside. Bella's hands were tight on the wheel. The closer we got to school, the tighter her jaw looked. I leaned back and put on an easy tone. Here is the plan. You walk in. People stare. I wave. A few laugh. We sit. You breathe. Then we get through the day. No disasters. You always say that, she said. I say it because it keeps working, I said. I can also add interpretive dance if needed. Please don't, she said, but her voice had less strain. We pulled into the lot. Students in hoodies and jackets crossed between cars. A group near the entrance looked over. The old truck drew eyes. Bella parked and cut the engine. She breathed out slowly. I pretended not to notice and hopped down first. Welcome to Forks High, I announced in a low voice as if I were a tour guide. On your left, the smoker's corner. On your right, 3 kids arguing about whether the vending machine took $1 or a dream. Stop, she said, but the corner of her mouth moved again. We went in. The hallway smelled like wet coats and pencil shavings. Lockers opened and closed. Teachers moved past with stacks of handouts. I walked a little ahead so the first wave of looks met me instead of her. I nodded to a few faces that were already familiar. I kept my voice cheerful when anyone said hi. Bella followed close and let me eat up the attention. First period was fine. Second period was fine. I made 2 quick jokes. One teacher smiled. One student groaned in a friendly way. Bella said very little and did what she was supposed to do. I stayed close when the bell changed and kept my steps easy and loose. That pace helped her move without staring at the floor. At lunch the cafeteria was busy. Trays clacked. Chairs squeaked. We grabbed our food and sat. I did not make a big show of anything. I kept my comments small and light and steady. I did not push. Bella ate a few bites. Her eyes went to the far table for 1 second, then came back. Edward was there. He sat with the other Cullens. They looked the way they always did. Still. Separate from the noise. Their trays were neat. Their posture was straight. Edward's eyes hit the room once, and then he looked down. He did not look at Bella again. Not here. Not yet. I leaned closer to keep my voice low. Roll call complete. Full set today. Please don't start, she said. I am not starting, I said. This is me not starting. This is me confirming the weather report. She gave me a look. I lifted my hands in mock surrender and went back to my sandwich. When she glanced over again, I tapped my watch and mouthed one word, focus. It was not harsh. It was a simple cue. She exhaled and looked at her tray instead. We finished lunch without much else. I threw away both of our trash so she did not have to stand there under the looks from 3 tables. She muttered a thanks that sounded like a complaint. I took it. The walk to biology had a slow build in it. People flowed in the same direction. Shoes squeaked on wet tile. Mr. Banner's door stood open. The smell in that room was always the same: soil, glass cleaner, and something from the drawers that made a faint chemical bite in the air. We stepped in. Edward was already seated. Bella paused by the threshold for half a second. Then she went to the desk she shared with him. I went to my seat across the room. I watched him carefully without being obvious. His hands were flat on the table. His shoulders were very still. His gaze stayed on the front. His jaw looked tight, but the tightness was not as sharp as the first day. He was in control. He did not shift away from her. He stayed exactly where he was. Bella kept her eyes on her notebook. I saw her hand shake once when she uncapped her pen. She took a breath and held it for a count, then let it go. She wrote the date on the top of the page. Mr. Banner started class. He talked about mitosis. He said we would be using prepared slides. He pointed at the chart on the wall that showed the phases. He told us to pair up and label the phases on a worksheet. He handed out packets and then moved to the cabinet to take out the microscopes. The room changed a little then. Pairs leaned together. Chairs scraped. The little rubber feet on the microscope bases made faint squeals across the table surfaces. I watched the motion at Bella's desk. Edward placed the microscope between them without looking at her. His movements were careful. He adjusted the arm. He checked the lens. He did not speak. Bella sat very still. Her shoulders were tight. She looked at the worksheet, at the chart, at the microscope, at her pen. She did not know where to aim her eyes first. Edward finally turned his head. The motion was small and controlled. "Hello," he said. His voice was quiet and smooth. "I did not introduce myself the other day. My name is Edward Cullen." Bella went stiff, then looked up. Her voice came out soft. "Bella." "Isabella," he said, as if confirming a file detail. "Bella," she said again. There was a little more sound in it. His mouth moved in a small way that was almost a smile. "Bella, then." He glanced at the microscope. He angled it a little toward her. "Would you like to go first?" She blinked. "You can." He nodded and slid a slide under the clips. His fingers did not shake. He placed the label face down, centered it, and adjusted the focus with 2 slow turns. He looked into the eyepiece for a long second. Then he sat back and wrote one word on the worksheet. Prophase. He pushed the microscope to the center line. "Your turn." Bella leaned in. Her hair fell forward. I could not hear her breath from here, but I saw the way she steadied her posture. She looked, then looked again. She reached for the fine focus and turned it a fraction. She did not trust what she saw at first, but then the shape matched the chart. She wrote prophase in her careful print next to his. "Good," he said. The word was neutral. Not warm. Not cold. Mr. Banner moved between the rows and stopped at their table. He looked through the scope, smiled at the worksheet, and said they were correct. He moved on. Edward set up the next slide. He looked in, adjusted, and then waited without writing. He tapped the worksheet with the end of his pencil. "Your call." Bella looked. I saw her mouth tighten. She hesitated, then wrote anaphase. He checked her word, nodded once, and wrote the same word on his copy. They did this through the set. He did not lean away from her. He did not lean toward her either. He kept a measured distance. His face held control the whole time. When he did glance at her, he did it fast and even, like he was walking through a planned list of motions. She did not stare. She kept her eyes on the work. Mr. Banner wrapped up the exercise and told us to swap worksheets with the pair behind us for quick checks. There was a low hum as papers passed from table to table. Edward and Bella got an excellent at the top in Mr. Banner's neat handwriting when the checks came back. Edward did not react to the grade. Bella looked at the word for a second longer than needed and then folded the sheet under the clipboard. When the class lull came with the last few minutes, Edward turned his head again. "Do you like forks?" he asked. His voice had the same controlled tone. It was an ordinary question, asked carefully. Bella's fingers curled around her pen. "It is fine." "You moved here from Arizona," he said. "I heard that in the office." She nodded. "Phoenix. Do you miss it?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "It is warm and clear. The sun is strong. It is different." He looked toward the window at the grey sky and the steady thin rain. "Forks is not warm." "No," she said. He paused. The pause did not stretch long. "How do you know Chief Swan?" "He is my dad," she said. He gave one short nod. "I see." He looked at the desk for a second and then back at her. "Welcome to Forks, Bella." She did not answer at first. Then she said, "Thanks." He kept his expression level. He said nothing more. He looked toward the front and stayed that way until the bell rang. The moment the bell sounded, there was quick movement. Chairs scraped. The class split into two lanes toward the door. Edward did not stand as fast as the first day he met her. He did not rush out. He stacked his worksheet on his textbook, slid both into his bag, and stood in a smooth motion. Bella gathered her things fast, more like the first day. They left within a few seconds of each other, not together, not with a visible plan. I took my time packing and then stepped into the hallway where the current pushed everyone toward the next class. I spotted Bella a little ahead and cut through to her side. "Well," I said, calm and cheerful. "He speaks. We have sound. We have sentences." She kept her eyes forward. "Yet." "Scale of 1 to 10 on the awkward meter?" I asked. "I am guessing a 6. 3, she said. "It was fine." 3 is progress, I said. He did not tip a chair. "You did not drop a pen. Nobody knocked over a microscope." "Smooth." She huffed. "You narrate everything." "That is why you keep me around," I said. "Also for heavy lifting and quality control of cafeteria pizza." She tried to hold a flat face and almost did it. The right corner of her mouth moved up and then pushed back down. I let the silence ride after that. She did not need too many words pressed on top of her head. She needed a normal walk to the next class. The next hour matched the others. Notes. Low chatter. Rain at the windows. Teachers who had done this a long time and knew when to push and when to leave everyone alone. I settled into the seat and watched the clock without impatience. My mind kept a note about what I had seen in biology. Edward was tight but steady. He had made an effort to speak. He was careful. He was testing how close he could be without losing control. I filed that away. It meant the timeline was in motion, but not at a dangerous point today. After the final bell, the halls filled again. Lockers slammed. The smell of wet coats thickened near the doors. I found Bella by the exit. She held her bag strap with both hands. "Truck," I said. "Truck," she said. We stepped out under the overhang and waited for a gap in the sheet of rain. I started counting the seconds out loud to annoy her. 1, 2, 3, run. She shook her head and walked fast through the rain while I kept counting anyway. We slid into the truck, water on our sleeves and hair. She turned the engine on and set the wipers to their fastest speed. The blades fought the downpour with a steady beat. "Today was not bad," I said. Lunch was normal. English was normal. Biology was a 3. "That passes." "You keep grading days," she said. "Grading is my hobby," I said. If I do it enough, I get a medal. You are not getting a medal, she said. I will make my own medal, I said. Cardboard. Gold crayon. Very official. Her face relaxed just a little. The lines around her eyes softened. We pulled out. The tires sent up water. The road had shallow streams where it dipped. Bella drove carefully. I watched the lines, the other cars, the sidewalks, the driveways. I did not need to say anything in that stretch. She liked the quiet when the drive took the most focus. At home, the house felt warmer than the outside air. We left our jackets by the door. Bella headed up the stairs with her bag. I hung back and checked the living room. Charlie would be home on time tonight. His schedule was in my head without me having to write it down. I checked the clock, then drifted to the kitchen and opened the fridge, not because I was hungry, but because standing there and looking at food made the afternoon feel normal. When Charlie came through the front door 20 minutes later, his boots were wet. He set them on the mat and took a second to look around the entryway. I waved from the kitchen. Hey, I said. Traffic. Wet roads, he said. He put his belt and radio on the counter and went to wash his hands. He always did that first. He came back, rolled up his sleeves, and started dinner without a word. I stepped in to handle chopping because my hands were quick and it saved him time. He did not comment, he just slid the cutting board over to me like he expected it. Bella came down when he was almost done. She sat. She watched the way Charlie stirred the pot for a while and then looked at the table as if she wanted to reset her head. I filled the silence with small things that did not matter. The soup needed salt. The weather report said the rain would go on for 3 more days. Someone from my third period had a backpack that squeaked when the zipper moved. She listened without pressure to respond. At the table, Charlie asked how school was. I answered first with a grin and an easy tone. School was school. The highlight was a microscope and a worksheet. Biology, he said. Biology, I said. He looked at Bella. Anything new? She shook her head. Same. He accepted that. He did not push. He returned to his bowl. I shifted the aim of talk back to general things. The game he had watched last week. The store running a sale on rain gear. A neighbor who had put up a new mailbox. He listened with the same straight face and then added 2 or 3 words to confirm he heard me. Bella ate in steady bites. I kept the air light. After dinner, I took plates to the sink. Bella dried. Charlie wiped the table. The motions were simple and smooth. It felt like 3 people who had done this before and did not need to explain anything about it. When we were done, Charlie went to the living room and turned on the news. Bella went upstairs. I stayed in the kitchen for a minute and then walked to the window. Outside, the backyard had thin streams running through the grass. The edge of the woods moved only a little in the rain. I thought about the bats and the teleportation and the way my steps landed when I ran. I did not need to train tonight. I had pushed hard 2 nights in a row. There was no immediate need to test limits again. The more important job tonight was steady, calm, routine. Bella needed routine more than spectacle right now. I went upstairs, tapped her door softly with my knuckles, and waited. Yeah, she said. I cracked it open. She sat cross-legged on the bed with her book. Her lamp cast a soft, even circle on the pages. Checking in, I said. You okay? I'm fine, she said. It was a short line. It did not have the edge it had on worse days. Not bad, then, I said. Biology is now a 3. Tomorrow we aim for a 2. You make up scales, she said, but she did not sound annoyed. I am a professional, I said with a straight face. Good night, she said. Night, I said. I closed the door. In my room, I lay back on the bed with my hands behind my head and stared at the ceiling for a minute. My mind put the day into neat rows. Edward had spoken. He had kept control. He was testing himself. Bella had stayed steady with help. The house was quiet. No alarms. No danger today. Good. I shut my eyes for a minute and listened to the house breathe. The pipes clicked once. The fridge hummed. Rain tapped the window. I felt ready for the next piece, whenever it moved. I did not force it. I let the day end the way it wanted to end. I slept for a few hours and woke clear. No dreams. No heavy thoughts. The kind of sleep that resets the body clean. I liked that. It made mornings easy. The next day would bring the next step, and I would keep the same plan: tease, steady, observe, adjust. If the ground changed, I would change with it without turning the whole day into a storm on purpose. If anything sharp aimed at Bella, I would shift to serious and handle it fast. Until then, calm was the right move. Downstairs, the house stayed quiet. Charlie turned off the TV and went to bed. The night settled. I stayed awake a little longer, reading one of the old magazines on my desk and letting my mind idle. When I finally clicked off the lamp, the darkness felt simple, not heavy. Edward had broken the silence in class. That was real motion. I noted it and let it be. No rushing. No panic. Step by step. In the morning, we would reset and run the same pattern again, and I would keep the edges soft for Bella so she did not cut herself on them. That was enough for today. Chapter 13, The Walk to the Truck. The bell had barely stopped ringing when Bella shot out of her seat. Her bag was already slung over her shoulder before half the class had even stood. Edward moved slower, stacking his papers neatly, calm and careful. He didn't glance at her as she slipped through the door. I followed a moment later, letting the flow of students carry me out into the hallway. The noise level rose as usual: shoes squeaking on damp tile, lockers slamming, people laughing too loud about nothing important. I spotted Bella ahead, moving quickly. Her head was down, her steps fast. She was cutting through the crowd like she wanted the building behind her as soon as possible. Bella, I called, raising my voice just enough to carry without drawing extra attention. She slowed only a little. I lengthened my stride until I caught up. You know, I said cheerfully, falling into step beside her, most people wait at least 3 seconds before sprinting from class. You're making the rest of us look bad. Her face was pale. I wasn't sprinting. Uh-huh, I said, grinning. That's why I had to jog to catch up. She pressed her lips together and didn't answer. Her bag strap was clenched tight in her fist. I let the silence stretch a moment, then bumped her shoulder lightly with mine. Relax. Nobody's chasing you. She shot me a sharp look. Don't. Don't what? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't make fun of me. I held up both hands like I'd been caught. All right. Serious brother mode. No fun, just facts. Ready? She hesitated but gave a stiff nod. I lowered my voice so it wouldn't carry. He talked to you today. He didn't run away. He didn't break the desk in half. You survived. That's progress. Her mouth pressed into a thin line. It didn't feel like progress. Maybe not, I said. But compared to last week? That was practically a handshake and a welcome party. That earned me the smallest twitch at the corner of her mouth, though she tried to hide it. We pushed through the last hallway and out the main doors. The drizzle outside hadn't stopped all day. Students streamed toward the parking lot, hoods up, backpacks clutched tight. Our truck stood out the way it always did. Big, loud, a little rust around the edges. Bella headed straight for it, her boots splashing through shallow puddles. I followed, not rushing. When we reached it, she yanked the door open and climbed in. I went around to my side, sliding into the seat just as she shoved the keys into the ignition. The truck rumbled awake. The windshield wipers dragged across the glass, clearing a smear of rain before starting their slow, squeaky rhythm. Bella gripped the wheel but didn't pull out yet. She sat there, staring straight ahead. I glanced at her, leaning back casually in my seat. All right. Spill it. What's going on in that head of yours? Nothing, she muttered. Bella, I said lightly. Your face says panic, your hands say death grip, and your silence says leave me alone. That's not nothing. She exhaled sharply. He looked at me, and then he didn't, and then he talked, and she cut herself off, shaking her head. I tilted my head. And what? Her voice dropped. It was like he was forcing himself. Like he didn't want to, but he had to. I shrugged. Or maybe he just doesn't know how to talk to people. Not everyone's a social butterfly like me. Her eyes flicked toward me, annoyed. This isn't funny. I didn't say it was funny, I said calmly. I said maybe he's just weird. She looked back at the windshield, biting her lip. I watched her a moment longer, then said, okay, let's make it simple. Did he threaten you? No. Did he insult you? No. Did he try to set you on fire? Her head snapped toward me. What? I grinned. Exactly. So compared to last week, today's an improvement. She groaned, slumping back in her seat. You don't get it. I get that you're overthinking it, I said gently. Look, Bella, maybe he's just shy. Or maybe he's got a weird way of handling people. But whatever it is, he didn't hurt you. That's what matters. The rest. I shrugged. Not worth losing sleep over. She stared at me for a long second, then looked away. The tension in her shoulders softened just a little. See? I said cheerfully. You're fine. Now, can we please drive home before I grow old and die in this parking lot? She rolled her eyes but finally put the truck in gear. The drive home was quiet at first. Rain pattered steadily on the roof, the wipers working hard against it. The truck rattled over a pothole, and Bella muttered something under her breath. I let the silence go for a while, then spoke up casually. So, what did he actually say? Word for word. She hesitated. He introduced himself. I waited. And then he asked where I was from. Okay, I said. That's normal enough. He asked if I liked Forks. If I missed Phoenix. I nodded slowly. And I told him it was fine. That I missed the Sunday. Accurate, I said. And then he asked about Dad. I said he's my dad. He said welcome to Forks. That's it. I leaned back, grinning. That's it? Bella, you made it sound like he confessed to murder. She shot me a glare. It wasn't what he said. It was how he said it. I lifted my hands. Fair. But still. That's small talk. Awkward small talk, sure, but nothing dangerous. Her grip on the wheel eased a fraction. Good, I said, satisfied. Now we're getting somewhere. You survived awkward small talk. Congratulations. You're officially a Forks local. She shook her head, but I caught the faintest curve of a smile before she looked back at the road. We reached the house a little while later. The driveway was slick, water running in thin lines toward the street. Bella parked and shut off the engine. Inside, the house was warm and quiet. Charlie's cruiser wasn't in the driveway yet, he was still at work. Bella headed upstairs with her bag, but I lingered in the kitchen, pulling open the fridge and grabbing an apple. After a few bites, I wandered up the stairs and knocked on her door. "What?" she called. I opened it and leaned against the frame. She was at her desk, books spread out, her pen tapping lightly against her notebook. "Just checking," I said cheerfully. "How's the brooding going?" "Productive." She rolled her eyes. "I'm doing homework." "Sure you are," I said, stepping inside. "But also, you're replaying biology in your head for the 50th time." She gave me a flat look. I grinned. "Look, Bella, you're fine. He didn't bite you, didn't yell at you, didn't teleport to Antarctica mid-class. That's a win. Trust me." She sighed. "You make everything sound like a joke." "Not everything," I said easily. "But I make the stuff that doesn't matter sound like a joke. Because if you laugh at it, it doesn't feel so heavy." Her eyes softened for just a second before she looked back at her notebook. "You're annoying." "Best kind of annoying," I said cheerfully. I tapped the desk twice, then headed for the door. "Dinner in an hour. Don't drown in notes before then." She didn't answer, but when I glanced back, I saw the smallest trace of a smile tugging at her lips. That was enough for me. Chapter 14, Dinner Table Questions. The afternoon at the house passed quietly. Bella stayed in her room with her books, the sound of her pen scratching faintly when I walked past the door. I didn't bother her too much, she needed the space, and I'd already gotten what mattered out of her earlier about biology. She was still wound tight, but I could tell she was letting it fade bit by bit now that we were home. I wandered downstairs, tossed an apple core in the trash, and stretched out on the couch for a while. The house was quiet except for the steady drip of rain outside, the kind of steady sound forks never seemed to stop giving. The clock ticked along. Around 6, I knew Charlie would be home soon. His patterns were easy to track. Shift ended, paperwork, drive through the wet streets, then straight here. Right on time, the crunch of tires sounded on the driveway. I sat up and listened as the cruiser door shut and his boots thudded against the steps. The front door opened, bringing in a cool draft and the faint smell of rain on his jacket. "Hey," I called from the living room. "Hey," Charlie said back, setting his boots on the mat with practiced precision. He hung his jacket and belt up, then moved toward the kitchen. I followed, leaning against the counter as he washed his hands. He glanced at me, then at the clock. "Bella upstairs?" "Yeah," I said. "Studying hard? Or maybe just staring at the same page and pretending? Hard to tell." He gave the faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth, which was about as close as Charlie Swan came to laughing at something. He reached for a pan. "Dinner soon?" "I'll chop," I offered, grabbing the cutting board before he could stop me. He didn't argue, just slid the vegetables over without a word. That was how it worked between us, quiet teamwork, no speeches. We moved through the motions. Knife against board. Pan sizzling when he dropped in onions. The smell filled the kitchen slowly, warm and sharp. By the time Bella came down, the food was ready. She hovered near the table, her face pale but calmer than it had been at school. "Sit," Charlie said, setting bowls down. She sat. I sat too. The clatter of silverware was the first sound for a while as we started eating. The soup was simple, but hot and steady. Charlie ate like he always did, methodical, quiet, steady. Bella ate slower, her shoulders hunched slightly. I filled the silence with the clink of my spoon and an easy hum under my breath until Charlie spoke. "How was school?" he asked, looking up just long enough for the question to land. I jumped in before Bella could tense further. School was school, I said cheerfully. Rainy outside, fluorescent lights inside, and cafeteria food that might pass as edible if you squint. Charlie gave a low grunt. That bad? Not the worst, I said. We survived. That counts as a win in my book. He turned his eyes to Bella. What about you? She froze, spoon halfway to her mouth. It was fine. Charlie's gaze lingered on her longer this time. You look tired. Bella shifted in her seat. It's just school. I leaned back casually, slurping a little louder than needed just to draw Charlie's eyes away. You should have seen the worksheet in biology, I said. Mitotic phases, tiny cells, the whole deal. We're basically scientists now. Give us a lab coat and a microscope, and we're set. Charlie blinked at me. You're in biology. Different period, I said. But Bella and I compared notes. She passed. I didn't. Bella started, but I cut in quickly, grinning. She did fine. Better than fine. Teacher even said so. You should have seen her writing every cell nailed down like a pro. Bella gave me a sharp look, but I widened my grin innocently. Charlie's gaze softened just a little as he looked at her. That's so, he asked. She muttered, I guess, and ducked her head toward her soup. Good, Charlie said simply, and went back to eating. The tension eased a notch. For a while, the kitchen was just the sound of rain against the window, spoons against bowls, and Charlie's steady chewing. I let it stretch comfortably before I spoke again. English was dull, I said lightly. Group project where half the group didn't show. I carried the team. Again. Charlie grunted, half listening. Lunch was the usual circus, I added. Some kid dropped his tray, loud enough that everyone turned. It was like the social event of the week. Forks High really knows how to party. That got the smallest sound from Bella, a quiet exhale that was almost a laugh, though she covered it with a sip from her spoon. Charlie looked between us. Making friends yet? Me? Absolutely, I said with mock seriousness. I've got a fan club now. They're working on jackets. Might even get a theme song. Charlie's eyebrow twitched. And Bella? Bella froze again. I'm fine, she said quickly. Anyone bothering you? Her eyes darted down. No. Bella, Charlie said in that slow, steady way of his, you'd tell me if something was wrong. She shifted, clearly wanting the subject to end. I jumped in again, leaning forward on my elbows. Dad, she's fine, I said with a grin. Seriously? The only thing bothering her is me stealing the last bread roll at lunch. Other than that, she's golden. Bella shot me another glare, but I winked at her. Charlie looked between us again, then gave a small nod and went back to his food. Crisis dodged. Dinner carried on smoother after that. Charlie asked a few more questions about classes, but I kept the answers light, tossing in just enough detail to sound believable without letting things get heavy. Bella said little, but she wasn't pressed anymore, which was what she needed. When the bowls were empty, I stood and gathered the dishes. Bella automatically helped, drying while I washed. Charlie wiped the table down with slow, methodical swipes of a cloth. The kitchen smelled of soap and warm broth. The rain outside kept tapping steadily. It was a normal scene, the kind Bella needed most. When we were done, Charlie headed for the living room, muttering something about catching the game highlights. Bella turned toward the stairs, her bag waiting. I flipped the dish towel over my shoulder and grinned at her. See? Dinner wasn't that bad. No interrogations, no crime scene lighting, no lie detectors. She muttered, "You talk too much." That's my secret weapon, I said cheerfully. It keeps Dad from asking too many follow UPS. You should thank me. She shook her head, but the edge of her mouth turned up before she could stop it. I raised a finger like I'd won something. Smile detected. Mission successful. She huffed and went upstairs, but I heard her footsteps lighter than before. I leaned against the counter for a moment, listening to the sound of Charlie flipping channels in the other room. Normal. Steady. Exactly how the night should end. Later, when I went upstairs myself, I tapped Bella's door with my knuckles. What now? She asked through the wood. Nothing, I said. Just making sure you're not hiding under the bed from Dad's how was school questions. She didn't answer right away, but then her voice came softer. Thanks. I grinned to myself. Anytime. I headed into my room, shutting the door behind me. The night settled in, quiet and steady. Forks might be small, grey, and endlessly rainy, but at least in this house, I could keep things simple for Bella. That was what mattered. Chapter 15, Biology again. Tuesday morning in Forks started the same way Monday had grey light through the curtains, the steady patter of rain on the roof, and the faint sound of Charlie moving around downstairs. I woke early, stretched out, and got ready before Bella stirred. By the time I stepped into the hallway, her door was still closed. I knocked once with my knuckles. Up and at 'em, I called. The glamorous life of Forks High awaits. A muffled groan answered. I grinned and headed down to the kitchen. Charlie was already at the stove, flipping pancakes this time. The smell mixed with coffee and butter. He glanced up as I sat at the table. Morning, he said. Morning, I replied. Switching up the breakfast menu. I like it. He didn't answer, but I caught the faintest twitch of his mouth. That was about as close as Charlie came to showing amusement before coffee. Bella appeared a few minutes later, hair damp, eyes still half shut. She dropped into her chair like the seat had gravity. You're glowing with energy, I said cheerfully. She gave me a sharp look. Don't start. Charlie slid plates down. Eat before you're late. I dug in happily. Bella picked at hers. Charlie drank coffee. The usual swan morning routine. The truck rumbled to life as we left for school. The windshield wipers fought against the misty drizzle. I leaned back, watching the trees blur by. Bella's hands were tighter on the wheel than they had been yesterday. You're wound up already, I said casually. What's the scale today? 1 to 10. She kept her eyes on the road. I don't know. Call it a 7, then, I said. We'll work it down to a 3 before lunch. She sighed but didn't argue. The parking lot was the same circus as always, kids clustering in groups, voices carrying, jackets pulled tight against the rain. Heads turned when we pulled in, but I waved cheerfully at the first person who stared too long. They blinked, then looked away. Bella parked. We grabbed our bags and walked inside. Classes blurred through the morning. Teachers droned. Students half listened. Bella stayed quiet. I kept up my usual rhythm, small comments, easy grins, just enough to keep attention away from her. By lunch, I could see her tension rising again. The Cullens were all at their table. Edward sat with them, perfectly still. His golden eyes flicked across the cafeteria once. This time, they landed on Bella longer than before. He didn't look away immediately. Bella froze mid-bite, her fork hovering. I leaned toward her, keeping my voice low. Relax. He's not shooting lasers from his eyes. Just a look. Stop, she muttered. Hey, I'm being supportive, I said. If he stares any harder, I'll wave. Break the ice. She glared at me. Don't you dare. I grinned and went back to my sandwich, letting her focus on her tray instead of the far table. Biology was after lunch. The walk there felt heavier than usual. Bella's steps slowed. Her bag strap twisted in her hand. I bumped her arm lightly. Breathe. Worst case, he asks you how mitosis works. You ace it. Boom, done. She muttered something under her breath, but I caught the flicker of relief that came from me keeping it casual. We stepped into the classroom. Edward was already there again, seated at their table. His posture was perfect, his face calm, but I saw the tension in his hands, fingers tight around his pencil, too still. Bella hesitated only a second this time before walking to her seat. She sat stiffly, opened her notebook, and kept her eyes on the desk. I dropped into my chair across the room, keeping my head angled like I was paying attention to Mr. Banner but letting my eyes flick their way when needed. Class started. Today's lecture was about genetics, Punnett squares, dominant and recessive traits. Mr. Banner's voice filled the room as he sketched examples on the board. The room smelled faintly of chalk dust and wet jackets. When it came time for pair work, Edward finally turned toward Bella. "Did you understand that?" he asked, his voice low but smooth. She jumped slightly, then nodded. "I think so." He angled his worksheet toward her. "Shall we try the first one?" She hesitated. "Okay." He wrote out the letters carefully, big A, little a, then handed her the pencil. "Your turn." Her hand trembled slightly as she filled in the boxes. She paused, checked the board, then wrote AA, 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 AA. Edward's lips curved faintly. "Correct." Bella flushed and looked back at her notebook. They moved on. He let her try the next one first this time. When she hesitated, he pointed to the square she'd missed. His tone stayed even, patient. From my seat, I watched carefully. Edward was in control, more than yesterday. He was forcing conversation, but not in a hostile way. Testing himself. At one point, he asked, "Do you miss Phoenix?" She blinked. "Yes." "Forks is very different," he said, glancing toward the grey window. She nodded. "Too different." His eyes lingered on her face a second longer before he looked back at the worksheet. The bell rang soon after. Students shoved books into bags and scraped chairs back. Bella moved fast again, but not as frantic as yesterday. Edward packed up slower. He didn't bolt. He stood, glanced at her once, then left in the other direction. I caught up with Bella in the hall. "Well, look at that," I said lightly. "Small talk. Actual sentences. No fainting. 10 out of 10. Her face was pale. It was weird. "Of course it was weird," I said. "He's weird. But you survived, and you even nailed the Punnett square. That's victory." She glared at me. "You don't get it." "I get that you're overthinking it," I said cheerfully. "Relax, Bella. He didn't do anything wrong. Just awkward questions. That's nothing." She shook her head but didn't argue. "See?" I added. "Progress. Tomorrow you'll be best lab partners of the year." "Not funny," she muttered. "A little funny," I said with a grin. The rest of the day passed with nothing unusual. By the time the final bell rang, Bella's shoulders had loosened some. The truck was waiting in the lot, rain pooling around its tires. We climbed in, the heater kicking on with a low hum. "Better day," I said cheerfully. "If yesterday was a 3 on the awkward scale, today's a 2. She rolled her eyes. "You make everything sound like a game." "Because if it's a game, you can win it," I said simply. "And right now, you're winning." Her lips pressed together, but I saw the corner of her mouth twitch before she looked out the window. I leaned back in my seat, satisfied. She might not admit it, but the weight had lifted just a little. That was enough. Twilight, reborn as Bella's brother, I eat vampire devil fruit at the start. Chapter 16, Whispers at Lunch. The next day started the same way, rain pattering against the roof, light too pale for morning, and Charlie moving quietly in the kitchen. Forks never changed much, but maybe that was why the little changes at school stood out so sharp. I got ready quickly, heading downstairs before Bella. Charlie had the coffee pot half drained already and was eating toast, reading something on a folded sheet of paper. "Morning," I said cheerfully, sliding into my seat. He gave a grunt. "Morning. Big day at the station?" I asked. He glanced up once. "Always paperwork." "Ah, the thrilling life of Fork's finest," I said with a grin. He didn't answer, just sipped his coffee. That was fine. Charlie wasn't a man of words in the morning. Bella shuffled down a little later, still sleepy. She muttered a greeting, sat, and poked at the eggs Charlie had made. "You're not a morning person," I said. "Shut up," she mumbled. Charlie raised an eyebrow at her, but I grinned. "Don't worry, Dad, I've got this. I'll keep her awake all day with my endless charm." Bella groaned. Breakfast passed the same way, quiet, steady, with me filling the silence when needed. By the time we climbed into the truck, the drizzle had thickened into light rain, streaking across the windshield. The ride to school was quiet. Bella drove with both hands on the wheel, jaw tight, eyes on the road. I leaned back, tapping my fingers against the door. "You're thinking about biology already," I said. She didn't answer. I smirked. "Don't worry. Punnett squares can't hurt you." That earned me a small glare, which I counted as a win. Classes before lunch passed without much trouble. Teachers went through their lessons, students whispered here and there. Bella stayed quiet, focused on her notes. I kept my usual routine, smiling, tossing in a light comment when the chance came, not giving anyone room to focus too hard on her. But I noticed it starting early. The glances. The way two girls in the corner of English leaned toward each other and murmured, then glanced at Bella before looking away. By the time lunch rolled around, it was more obvious. We walked into the cafeteria. The smell of pizza and reheated fries filled the air. The noise level was high, chairs scraping, laughter, voices bouncing off the walls. But under it, I caught the sharper sound, whispers. Heads turned. Not everyone, but enough. A few students glanced at Bella, then quickly back at their friends. I caught words carried too clearly across the room. Looked at her again. Edward Cullen. She was in biology with him. Bella stiffened beside me. Her grip on her tray tightened. I leaned closer, keeping my tone light. "Celebrity status already? Didn't know you'd hit the rumor mill this fast." She shot me a look, eyes wide. "Relax," I said easily. "Half these people probably think he asked you about the weather. Big news in Forks." She didn't answer, just walked quickly toward our usual table. We sat down. I unwrapped my sandwich and bit in like nothing was happening. Bella kept her eyes on her tray, shoulders tight. From the corner of my eye, I saw it happening again. Two kids at the next table leaned close, whispering, glancing. A boy across the room looked over twice, frowned, then shook his head. I swallowed my bite and grinned. "Bella, you're causing scandal. Next thing you know, they'll start betting pools on whether Edward Cullen says hi again." She groaned. "Please stop." "Hey, I'm helping," I said cheerfully. "If you laugh at it, it doesn't stick." She stabbed at her salad with unnecessary force. Don't worry, I added. I'll handle quality control. If anyone gets too bold, I'll tell them Edward asked for your autograph. Not funny, she muttered. A little funny, I said. The Cullens were at their table, the same as always. Perfect posture, perfect faces, separate from the rest of the cafeteria. Edward sat among them, quiet, unmoving. He didn't glance our way this time, not while I was watching, at least. But the students did. That was enough to fuel the whisper chain. He never talks to anyone. But he talked to her. Weird, right? Bella hunched further, trying to disappear. I leaned across the table. Hey! Eyes on me, not them. She looked up reluctantly. Good, I said. Now, tell me, out of the 3 food groups available here, which one's the most dangerous, the soggy pizza, the grey meatloaf, or the mystery jello? Her mouth twitched despite herself. All of it. Correct answer, I said with a grin. You're learning. Her shoulders loosened slightly. Not much, but enough. A group of kids walked past our table then, carrying trays. One girl slowed, eyes flicking to Bella, then leaned to her friend and whispered something. Both laughed quietly before moving on. Bella's face went red. She dropped her fork. I shook my head. Ignore them. They're just bored. Forks High doesn't have much else to talk about. She muttered, I hate this. I know, I said gently. But it'll pass. Give it a week, they'll move on to the next thing. Trust me. She didn't answer, but she picked up her fork again and stabbed another piece of lettuce. I decided to turn it into a game. Every time someone glanced over, I made a quiet comment to Bella, like I was giving her play-by-play. 2 o'clock, boy with the buzz-cut. Whispering about Edward's hair. Jealous. 4 o'clock, girl in the green sweater. Definitely planning to ask you what shampoo Edward uses. 10 o'clock, kid with braces. Shocked Edward actually speaks English. Bella tried to glare at me, but the corners of her mouth kept twitching. Stop, she said quietly. Nope, I said, popping a fry into my mouth. I'm committed. You're the star of today's gossip. Might as well enjoy it. Finally, she let out a small, reluctant laugh. Quick, soft, but real. I leaned back, satisfied. There we go. That's better. Lunch wound down. Trays clattered as people dumped them. The noise shifted toward the doorways as students filtered out for their next classes. Bella stood quickly, grabbing her bag. Don't sprint, I said lightly, falling into step beside her. You'll look guilty. I'm not guilty, she muttered. Exactly, I said. So walk like it. She shot me a look, but slowed her pace. The hallway outside was crowded, but the whispers faded as everyone rushed to their next rooms. The wave of attention would pass for now. The rest of the day went steady. Teachers lectured, students pretended to listen, the rain outside kept tapping the windows. Bella stayed quiet, but she wasn't hunched as tightly as she'd been at lunch. By the time the final bell rang, the weight in her shoulders had eased a little. We walked to the truck in silence. She climbed in, set her bag down, and gripped the wheel. I buckled in, glancing at her. See? Survived the rumor mill. You didn't explode, you didn't faint, and nobody asked you to sign their Edward fan club poster. That's a win. She gave me a look. You're insufferable. Best kind of insufferable, I said cheerfully. The truck rumbled to life, carrying us home through the steady rain. Chapter 17, Testing the Bats. Dinner at the Swan House passed quietly that night. Charlie had come home later than usual, tired, smelling faintly of rain and the outdoors. He said little, ate steadily, then planted himself in front of the television in the living room. Bella sat at the table with me for a while, picking at her food more than eating it, clearly still replaying the cafeteria whispers in her head. I filled the silence with light chatter. Comments about how bad the school fries were, a joke about the cafeteria pizza being classified as a science experiment, things like that. Bella gave me short answers, but her shoulders loosened over time. By the time dishes were done, Charlie was deep into a game broadcast, and Bella was already climbing the stairs with her bag slung over her shoulder. "Don't stay up too late," Charlie called after her. She muttered, "I won't." I leaned back against the counter, drying my hands with a towel. "See, Dad? Model student. Homework before bed, no wild parties." Charlie gave me a look. "Keep it that way." I saluted lazily with the towel. Later, the house went quiet. The only sound was the faint murmur of the TV downstairs and the steady rain against the windows. I stayed in my room until I was sure Bella had settled upstairs and Charlie had gone still in his chair. Then I stood, grabbed my jacket, and slipped out. The night air was cold, damp, heavy with the scent of wet pine. The porch light cast a weak circle on the driveway, but beyond that was darkness the kind only Forks could deliver, thick and quiet. I walked across the lawn and into the line of trees at the edge of the yard. Branches swayed faintly above, rain dripping steadily from the needles. The ground was soft under my boots, squelching in places where puddles had formed. I moved deeper until the house lights vanished behind me. Just the woods, the rain, and me. Perfect. I stopped in a small clearing, pulled my jacket tighter, and took a slow breath. The devil fruit powers still felt strange. New. When I'd eaten that odd fruit days ago, I hadn't expected much. But when my body shifted into that vampire-like state, with sharper senses and strength, I knew it was real. And then the bats black, shifting creatures I could summon, control, even teleport with. They'd answered to me like an extension of my body. Now I needed to test them properly. I raised a hand, focused, and pushed that strange energy forward. A flicker appeared in the air, then took shape. A bat burst into existence, wings flapping weakly, black and small. It hovered there, waiting. I grinned. "All right, little guy. Round 2. I flicked my fingers, and the bat darted forward, circling the clearing once before returning to me. "Good start," I muttered. I tried again, this time focusing harder. 1 became 2. Then 3. Soon, 5 small bats flapped in a loose cloud above me, their wings making faint leathery sounds. I pointed left. The group turned clumsily in that direction. I pointed right. They wobbled back. They weren't strong, they wouldn't do much against anyone serious. But as scouts, distractions, or just noise. Useful. I tested further. I closed my eyes, trying to see through them. At first, it was messy, 2 blurry images at once, making my head spin. I let one vanish and focused on a single bat instead. The world shifted. My vision snapped to a higher angle, circling the clearing. My own body stood below, jacket catching rain, head tilted. I cut the connection quickly and blinked back into my own eyes. The sudden shift left me dizzy for a moment, but I grinned anyway. "That'll do," I said quietly. "Next, teleportation." This one had worked before, but I hadn't pushed it. I summoned a bat and let it hover a few feet away. I focused on it, willing my body forward. In an instant, I vanished from my spot and reappeared where the bat had been, the sudden shift making the wet leaves crunch under my boots. I laughed under my breath. "Still works." I repeated it. This time farther the bat shot across the clearing, and I followed. The air shifted, cold against my face, then I was there, landing steady. The bats popped out of existence each time I teleported through them, vanishing in a puff of black mist. That meant they were one use for jumps, but still useful. I practiced again and again. Summon, teleport. Summon, teleport. Each time the distance grew, until I was crossing the entire clearing in single blinks. My body didn't feel drained, not yet. A little lightheaded, maybe, but nothing too serious. After teleporting, I tested movement. I summoned 3 bats and sent them swarming around me. They weren't strong, they just bumped into my jacket, wings flapping uselessly, but the distraction worked. It was easy to imagine an opponent swinging at them, confused, while I slipped away. Not bad, I muttered. Annoying, at least. Finally, I tested combinations. Summon a bat, see through its eyes, teleport to it. Again and again, until I was circling the clearing in sudden bursts. Each time, I landed more smoothly. Each time, the strain lessened. It was clumsy, but it was progress. After a while, I sat on a fallen log, breathing evenly. The bats hovered weakly nearby before vanishing into mist as I let the energy go. The woods were quiet again, only the rain dripping steadily through the trees. I leaned back, letting the damp air cool my face. The powers worked. They weren't perfect. The bats were fragile, the vision disorienting, the teleportation limited. But I could use them. And if things in Forks ever got dangerous, I'd need every edge I could get. For now, though, it was enough. I stood, brushed off my jacket, and headed back through the trees toward the house. By the time I slipped inside, Charlie's snores came faintly from the living room. Bella's door upstairs was closed. I went to my own room quietly, lay down, and let the sound of the rain carry me toward sleep. Tomorrow, school again. Biology again. Edward again. And I'd be ready. Chapter 18, More Questions. The morning in Forks started with the same soft drizzle that had followed us every day since moving here. Rain against the roof, grey light spilling through my curtains, the smell of coffee drifting faintly from downstairs. I rolled out of bed and dressed quick, tugging on jeans and a jacket before stepping into the hall. Bella's door was still closed. I knocked with my knuckles, same as always. Rise and shine, I called. Another exciting day at Forks High. A muffled groan answered. I grinned. I'll take that as a yes. Downstairs, Charlie was already in the kitchen. The smell of toast filled the air this morning instead of eggs. He stood at the counter, newspaper folded beside his plate, coffee mug in hand. Morning, I said, dropping into a chair. He gave a grunt, then, morning. You're really mixing things up, I added, nodding at the toast. Going wild with the menu. He shot me a look but didn't bother replying. Bella came down a few minutes later, hair damp, sweater loose on her shoulders. She sat across from me, poking at the toast Charlie slid onto her plate. You look thrilled, I said cheerfully. She gave me a flat stare. Don't. Fine, fine, I said, raising my hands. I'll save the enthusiasm for later. Charlie sipped his coffee. Busier week at school. Same as yesterday, Bella said quickly. I jumped in before the silence stretched. Yep. Classes, homework, cafeteria food pretending to be edible. Real adventure. Charlie gave the faintest twitch of his eyebrow before turning back to his newspaper. We finished eating in the usual quiet rhythm. The truck rumbled to life as Bella drove us toward school. Rain streaked across the windshield, wipers dragging with steady squeaks. You're already tense, I said, leaning back in my seat. And it's not even second period yet. Her grip on the wheel tightened. I'm fine. I said lightly. So fine, you're practically bending the steering wheel in half. She exhaled but didn't answer. Relax, I said. Yesterday was fine. He asked you about forks, Phoenix, normal stuff. Today'll be the same. Just awkward small talk. She muttered, it doesn't feel normal. Sure it doesn't, I said. But you survived yesterday, right? You'll survive today too. No big deal. She glanced at me, eyes sharp, but I just grinned. School started the same way. English, then history, then a blur of other classes. Students whispered here and there, still curious about Bella and Edward, but less than yesterday. The buzz was fading already. By the time lunch rolled around, Bella's tension was obvious again. She picked at her food, kept her head down, and avoided looking at the Cullens table. They're not even staring today, I pointed out, unwrapping my sandwich. See? Progress. She muttered, that doesn't make it better. Baby steps, I said cheerfully. Tomorrow you'll forget they're even here. She gave me a look that said I was full of it. I grinned anyway and finished eating. Biology was next. The walk there felt heavier, same as every day this week. Bella's steps slowed, her bag strapped tight in her hand. Deep breath, I said lightly. Worst case, it's more genetics. Dominant brown eyes, recessive blue eyes, that kind of thing. You'll crush it. She rolled her eyes but didn't answer. We stepped into the classroom. Edward was already there, seated at their lab table. His posture was perfect, his face calm, but his golden eyes flicked to Bella as she walked in. He didn't look away this time. Bella stiffened, but she walked to her seat without stopping. She opened her notebook, kept her head down, and waited. I slid into my own chair across the room, watching casually. Mr. Banner launched into the lesson genetics again, Mendelian inheritance, monohybrid crosses. His voice filled the room, steady and practiced. When pair work began, Edward turned to Bella immediately. Hello, he said, his voice low but smooth. She froze. Hi. Did you understand the lecture? He asked, tilting his worksheet toward her. I think so, she said softly. He watched her face closely, then gestured with the pencil. Shall we try together? She hesitated but nodded. He wrote the first problem carefully, filling in the letters. Then he slid the pencil to her. Your turn. Her hand trembled slightly as she completed the square. She checked it twice, then pushed the pencil back. Good, Edward said, lips curving faintly. Bella flushed and looked at her notebook. They moved to the next problem. This time, Edward didn't wait. He asked, Do you miss Phoenix? She blinked. Yes. The sun must feel different there, he said. She nodded. A lot different. His eyes lingered on her. And Forks feels difficult. She looked down. It's too wet. His lips twitched like he was holding back something. He leaned slightly closer. Do you like the rain? She shook her head quickly. Neither do I, he said. Bella's shoulders stiffened at that, but she didn't respond. He let the silence linger, then asked, Do you enjoy biology? Her head snapped toward him in disbelief. What? Biology, he said smoothly, gesturing at the worksheet. It's fine, she muttered. He smiled faintly, then looked back at the paper. I watched from my seat, careful not to make it obvious. Edward wasn't hostile. His tone was calm, his questions steady. But it was clear he was pushing, trying harder than before. Yesterday had been simple small talk. Today, he was pressing further, digging past surface answers. Bella held her own, but I could see the tension in her jaw, the way she gripped her pencil too tight. The bell rang soon after. Students shoved books into bags, chairs scraped against the floor. Bella moved fast again, but Edward didn't bolt this time. He packed up calmly, stood, and glanced at her once before walking toward the door. She froze, then hurried after me into the hallway. "Well," I said cheerfully, falling into step beside her. "That was a record number of questions. He's officially trying now." Her face was pale. "It was weird." "Of course it was weird," I said. "But he didn't threaten you, didn't insult you, didn't vanish mid-sentence. That's improvement." She shook her head. "He kept staring." "Sure," I said lightly. "Because he doesn't know how to talk to people like a normal person." "But hey, you survived." "Again." She muttered something under her breath. "Relax, Bella," I said with a grin. "By next week, you'll be best friends. Lab partners of the year." She gave me a sharp glare. "Not funny." "A little funny," I said cheerfully. Her lips twitched despite herself. She looked away quickly, but I caught it. I bumped her shoulder lightly. "See? Not the end of the world." She sighed but didn't argue. That was enough. Chapter 19, Gossip at Dinner. The next morning started like any other: rain on the roof, Charlie moving around downstairs, grey light spilling into my room before my alarm even buzzed. I dressed quick and stepped into the hallway. Bella's door was closed. I knocked once. "Wake up," I called. "Another day of Forks High fun." A groan answered from inside. I grinned and headed down. Charlie was already at the table, a cup of coffee in his hand and a plate with toast and eggs in front of him. The faint smell of frying bacon lingered in the kitchen air. "Morning," I said cheerfully, dropping into my seat. He gave me a nod. "Morning. You're branching out," I added, nodding at the bacon. "Breakfast of champions today." He raised an eyebrow. "Don't get used to it." Bella came down a few minutes later, hair still damp, sweater loose. She mumbled a greeting and sat beside me. "You look thrilled to be alive," I teased. "Don't," she muttered. I grinned, leaning back. "Fine. I'll save my energy for later." Charlie looked between us, then returned to his breakfast. Quiet, steady, same as always. We finished eating quickly, and Bella grabbed her bag. The truck rumbled outside a few minutes later as we drove through the drizzle toward school. The day at Forks High moved in its usual rhythm. Teachers droned through lessons, students whispered, and the hall smelled faintly of damp jackets and paper. But I noticed it more today: the whispers. Not just at our table, not just in English. More students glancing at Bella, murmuring when they thought she couldn't hear. At lunch, it was clear. We sat with our trays, and I caught words floating from nearby tables. "Edward Cullen. She's in his class. I heard he talked to her." Bella stiffened over her tray. I leaned closer, voice low but light. "Forks' hottest headline: Mysterious Edward Cullen speaks. Scandalous." She glared. "Not funny." "A little funny," I said. Her fork stabbed into her salad with more force than needed. "Don't worry," I added. "It'll burn out. Give it a week and they'll be back to talking about cafeteria food." She didn't answer, but she ate another bite, which was progress. Classes after lunch passed quietly. Edward was calm again in biology, more questions but still steady. Bella stayed pale but managed short answers. By the time the last bell rang, she looked drained. We headed to the truck. Rain misted down, pooling in the lot. She climbed in without a word, and I slid into the passenger seat. "See? Survived another day, I said lightly. She gave me a look but didn't answer. The truck rumbled to life, carrying us home through the grey streets. The house was quiet when we got in. Charlie wasn't home yet, so Bella went upstairs with her bag, mumbling something about homework. I dropped onto the couch, flipping channels until I settled on a rerun of some game. Time stretched. The rain outside didn't stop. The sound of Bella's pen scratching upstairs drifted faintly down whenever the TV was quiet. Then, the sound of tires in the driveway. Doors shutting. Heavy boots on the porch. The front door opened, and Charlie stepped in. He shook his jacket off, hung it on the hook, and set his boots neatly on the mat. His face looked more tired than usual, eyes faintly shadowed. "Long day?" I asked, glancing up. He gave a grunt. "Busy." I tilted my head. "Busy good, or busy bad?" He didn't answer, just moved toward the kitchen. I followed. He washed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and started pulling things out of the fridge. I grabbed the cutting board before he could stop me. "I'll chop," I said. He didn't argue, just slid vegetables my way. That was our usual rhythm, quiet teamwork. Bella came down partway through, still pale, eyes distant. She sat at the table, half watching us cook. "You look thrilled," I teased, sliding carrots into the pan. She gave me a small glare. Dinner came together quickly. Soup, bread, simple but hot. We sat, bowls steaming in front of us. The first few minutes passed in silence, just the sound of spoons and the faint tap of rain against the window. Then Charlie spoke. "Heard something at the station today," he said slowly, looking at Bella. Her spoon froze halfway to her mouth. "What?" "Some folks talking," Charlie said. "About you. About Edward Cullen." Bella went pale instantly, eyes wide. Before she could say more, I leaned in, cheerful as ever. "Ah, the gossip mill reaches the police station now. Forks really is small." Charlie's eyes flicked to me. "It's true." "Depends what they're saying," I said easily. "If it's that Edward Cullen asked Bella about Punnett squares in biology, then yes, breaking news." Bella looked at me sharply, but I winked at her. Charlie frowned. "People said he was talking to you. More than usual." Bella shifted uncomfortably. "It's nothing." "Yeah," I said quickly. "Seriously, Dad, it's just class stuff. He's in her biology period, they work on worksheets together, end of story." Charlie's gaze lingered on Bella. "That all?" She nodded fast. "Yes." I added, "Trust me, Dad, if she were planning to run off with him, I'd be the first to tell you. But really it's just class. People are bored, that's all." Charlie's frown didn't ease completely, but he nodded slowly and went back to his soup. The tension at the table eased a notch. Dinner carried on steady after that. Charlie asked about other classes, and I jumped in to answer first English essays, history homework, the usual. Bella stayed quiet but no longer looked frozen. When bowls were empty, I stood to gather dishes. Bella helped dry while Charlie wiped the table. The kitchen smelled of soap and broth, rain tapping steadily outside. When we were done, Charlie headed to the living room, muttering about the game highlights. Bella turned for the stairs. "See?" I said cheerfully, flicking the dish towel over my shoulder. "Crisis averted. Gossip defeated. You didn't even have to say much." She gave me a sharp look. "You talk too much." "That's my job," I said with a grin. "Keeps Dad from asking too many follow UPS." Her lips twitched before she turned and went upstairs. I leaned against the counter, listening to the rain outside and Charlie flipping channels in the other room. Another night in Forks. Chapter 20, Questions at Lunch. The morning started with the usual sound of rain against the roof, steady and constant. Forks never seemed to change. I got up, pulled on jeans and a jacket, and stepped into the hall. Bella's door was still shut, so I knocked once. Morning, Sleeping Beauty. Time to face the thrilling world of Forks High. A muffled, irritated groan came from inside. I grinned and headed downstairs. Charlie was already at the table, coffee in hand, plate half empty. The smell of eggs hung in the air. Morning, I said cheerfully. He grunted. Morning. You're on an egg streak this week, I said, sitting down. Consistency. I like it. He gave me a look but didn't reply. Bella came down a little later, hair damp, sweater sleeves too long. She sat without a word and picked at her breakfast. You look like you're auditioning for Forks' most miserable student, I teased. She shot me a glare. Don't. Charlie raised his eyebrows but stayed quiet. Breakfast passed in the usual silence, with me occasionally tossing in comments to keep it from feeling too heavy. The truck rattled to life as Bella drove us to school. The windshield wipers squeaked back and forth. You're already nervous? I said casually. I'm fine, she muttered. Sure, I said cheerfully. Fine enough to crack the steering wheel in half if you squeeze any harder. She huffed but didn't answer. Relax, I added. Yesterday was fine. Just questions about Phoenix and Rain. Today'll be the same. He's not gonna ask you to solve world peace. Her lips pressed together, but she didn't argue. The morning classes went by steadily. Teachers lectured, students whispered. Bella sat quiet at her desk, answering when called on but not volunteering. I caught the whispers again, though. They were clearer today. Edward Cullen's name, Bella's name, the word biology floating from behind us in English. By the time lunch rolled around, it was obvious. People weren't just whispering about Edward anymore. They were whispering about Bella. We got our trays today. It was limp pizza squares and soggy fries and headed toward our usual table. Heads turned. A few students glanced too long before looking away. I leaned closer to Bella. Celebrity status confirmed. Next step is autographs. She gave me a sharp look. Not funny. A little funny, I said. She didn't answer. We sat. I unwrapped my sandwich while she poked at her pizza. That's when it happened. 3 students walked past our table, trays in hand. They slowed. One girl with dark hair looked directly at Bella. Hey, she said, hesitating. You're in biology, right? Bella froze. Yes. With Edward Cullen. Bella's eyes widened. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. I leaned forward, smiling easily. Yep. She's his lab partner. Thrilling stuff. Punnett squares, pea plants, you know, real scandal. The girl blinked. So, he really talks to you? Sure, I said, still cheerful. About worksheets. Riveting conversations. You should hear them debate dominant versus recessive traits. Total edge of your seat material. The girl's friend snorted, covering her mouth. That's it. That's it, I confirmed. Sorry to disappoint, no secret romances or vampire novels happening here. Just 2 kids forced to share a table by Mr. Banner. Bella's face burned red, but she stayed silent, her eyes fixed on her tray. The girls exchanged glances, then shrugged. Hey. Okay. They moved on, whispering to each other but not looking back. Bella exhaled slowly, shoulders still stiff. I took a bite of my sandwich like nothing happened. See? Easy. Question answered, rumor crushed. She glared at me. You didn't have to. Sure I did, I said lightly. Otherwise you'd still be sitting there like a deer in headlights. She muttered, you talk too much. Yep, I said cheerfully. And it works. You're welcome. But it didn't stop there. A group of kids at another table glanced over, then one boy walked up. He had messy blonde hair and braces, tray balanced awkwardly. Hey, he said, looking at Bella. Is it true Edward Cullen sat with you? Bella blinked. What? I jumped in before she could say more. Nope. Edward Cullen sits at his own table with his family. Always has. No exceptions. She just shares a lab table with him in biology. That's all. The boy frowned. Oh. But people said. People are bored, I said with a grin. Forks doesn't exactly have headline news. Edward Cullen saying hi counts as front page material. The boy hesitated, then laughed weakly. Guess so. He shrugged and walked back to his table. Bella's hands clenched around her fork. She muttered, this is awful. Awful's a strong word, I said cheerfully. Annoying, sure. But you didn't burst into flames, and nobody demanded a signed photo. I call that a win. She gave me a look. Relax, I added. It'll pass. People just need something to talk about. By next week, someone will trip in gym class and become the new headline. She sighed but didn't argue. We finished eating quietly. A few more glances came our way, but nobody else walked up. The whispers started fading again, back into the normal cafeteria noise. When the bell rang, Bella stood quickly, grabbing her tray. Don't sprint, I said lightly, standing too. You'll just make them more curious. She shot me a look but slowed her steps as we walked out. The rest of the day moved in its steady rhythm. Biology passed with more quiet questions from Edward, but nothing dramatic. Bella stayed pale, tense, but steady. When the final bell rang, we walked out to the truck. Rain misted across the lot, puddles reflecting the grey sky. Bella climbed in silently, hands tight on the wheel. See? I said cheerfully as I buckled in. Survived the rumor mill round 2. Nobody fainted, nobody cried, nobody got trampled by autograph hunters. I'd call that progress. She glared. You're insufferable. The best kind, I said with a grin. The truck rumbled to life, carrying us home through the steady rain. Chapter 21, Testing the Swarm. Dinner that evening was quieter than usual. Charlie came home later than normal, looking tired and carrying the damp smell of rain and pine. He washed up, changed into a clean shirt, and joined us at the table. Bella barely said a word. She poked at her food and kept her eyes down. I filled the silence like always, light comments about the cafeteria pizza tasting like cardboard, jokes about my history teacher's monotone voice. Charlie answered here and there, but Bella only managed short replies. Afterward, I helped with the dishes while Bella slipped upstairs with her bag. Charlie stayed in the living room, the low sound of a game broadcast filling the house. The routine was the same, but the weight of the day lingered. Students had approached Bella directly at lunch. Their questions weren't cruel, just curious, but I could tell it still dug at her. She didn't like the attention. I'd handled most of the answers for her, but I knew the tension was building anyway. Which meant I needed to make sure I was sharper with my own situation. I had powers now, strange and new, but they weren't polished. Not yet. I waited until the house grew quiet. Charlie's footsteps were heavy but steady in the living room, his chair creaking faintly when he shifted. Upstairs, Bella's room went dark. Her door stayed closed. I slipped into my jacket, eased my own door shut, and stepped lightly down the stairs. The front door opened with only the faintest squeak. The air outside was cold, damp, and heavy with the smell of wet earth. Rain still fell in a steady mist. The porch light cast a dull glow over the driveway, but beyond it was only darkness. I moved across the lawn and into the line of trees. The moment the house disappeared behind me, the quiet deepened. Drops of water slid down branches and fell in slow rhythm to the ground. My boots sank slightly in the soft earth. I walked deeper until I found a clearing, one I'd been to before. It was wide enough to give me space but sheltered enough that I couldn't be seen from the road. Perfect for training. I started slow. Raising one hand, I focused on the strange energy inside me, the same current I'd felt every time I called the bats before. One appeared with a faint flutter of wings. Then another. Then a third. They hovered weakly at first, their small bodies dark against the grey air. "All right, let's see what you can do," I muttered. I flicked my fingers, and they darted left. Another gesture, and they turned clumsily right. Their movement was sharper this time, less sluggish than before. I pushed harder. 5 bats appeared, then 7, then 10. They formed a messy cluster, wings beating in uneven rhythm. The noise was soft but noticeable in the clearing, like paper rustling in waves. The strain was there, faint but present, pulling at the edges of my focus. Still manageable. "Okay. Group test," I said under my breath. I sent them circling me, then snapping outward like a fan. They obeyed, though the further they spread, the sloppier their pattern became. I pulled them back in, tightened their orbit, and let them hover just overhead. "Better," I muttered. I held them there as long as I could. After a minute, my head began to ache slightly, like a dull pressure behind the eyes. At 2 minutes, sweat prickled at the back of my neck. By 3, the first few bats began to dissolve into black mist, their forms collapsing. The rest vanished soon after, slipping away as if I'd lost grip. I exhaled slowly, wiping rain off my forehead. 3 minutes max for a swarm that size, I said quietly. Not great, but not nothing. Next came vision. I summoned a single bat and focused on it. My sight shifted abruptly. The ground dropped away as I looked through its eyes. From above, I could see my own body standing in the clearing, rain dampening my jacket, my head tilted up. The perspective made me dizzy at first, but I steadied myself and sent the bat circling. The clearing looked wider from this angle. The trees swayed with each gust of wind, drops falling like glass beads from their needles. My own body looked small, rooted in the center. I released the vision quickly, snapping back into my own sight. The dizziness faded, leaving only a faint nausea. "Still not used to that," I muttered. I tried again with 2 bats this time. My head split with double vision immediately, 2 angles at once, left and right, overlapping clumsily. I grimaced and dropped one, leaving myself with a single viewpoint again. Stick to one for now, I decided. Teleportation came next. I summoned another bat, let it hover 5 feet away, and willed myself forward. In an instant, the world shifted. The space between disappeared, and I landed where the bat had been. The creature vanished in a puff of black mist. "Still works," I said with a grin. I tested again and again. Short jumps, long jumps, angled jumps. Each time, the bat dissolved behind me. Each time, the movement grew smoother, my landings more balanced. I began chaining them together. Summon, teleport, summon, teleport. I zipped across the clearing in bursts, vanishing and reappearing before the rain could soak through. The strain built gradually. My lungs worked harder, my muscles burning faintly from the sudden movements. But I kept going until my legs threatened to give way. I stopped, panting slightly, and wiped water from my face. "Good," I muttered. "Faster than running. Definitely faster." Finally, I combined everything. I summoned a swarm of bats, 10 at once. I sent them outward in a circle, then blinked through them one by one, teleporting in bursts. My vision spun, the trees flashing past, the rain a blur. I stopped only when I nearly stumbled into a trunk, catching myself with one hand. The swarm collapsed soon after, fading into mist. My body ached with the effort, but I was grinning. "Not bad," I said under my breath. "Not bad at all." I sat on a damp log to rest. The woods were quiet except for the steady rain. My breathing slowed, the ache in my head fading gradually. I'd learned something tonight. The swarm lasted only a few minutes. Vision worked best with one bat at a time. Teleportation was fast and smooth but burned energy quickly when chained. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. Enough to make me feel sharper, more prepared. After a while, I stood, stretched my arms, and started back toward the house. The porch light came into view, glowing faintly through the trees. Inside, the house was quiet. Charlie was asleep in his chair, the TV still on low. Upstairs, Bella's room was dark. I slipped inside, shut the door softly, and headed to my room. Tomorrow would bring more whispers, more questions, more biology with Edward Cullen. But tonight, I'd gotten stronger. And that was enough. Chapter 22, Charlie asks again. The morning started like it always did in Forks, rain dripping steady from the roof, the sky a dull grey. I rolled out of bed, tugged on jeans and a jacket, and stepped into the hall. Bella's door was still closed, so I knocked once. "Morning, Bella." Forks high awaits. "Try to contain your excitement." A muffled noise answered from inside, halfway between a groan and a protest. I grinned and headed down. Charlie was already at the table, coffee steaming in front of him. A plate of toast and bacon sat at his elbow, the smell thick in the small kitchen. "Morning," I said cheerfully, sliding into a chair. He nodded. "Morning. You're on a bacon streak lately," I added. "Not complaining. Just saying world-class consistency." He gave me one of his half-smiles but didn't reply. Bella came down a few minutes later, hair damp, sweater loose around her shoulders. She sat quietly and took a piece of toast, picking at it. "You look thrilled to face the day," I said lightly. She gave me a glare that would have sent most people quiet. I just grinned back. Breakfast passed steady after that. Charlie asked if we had enough gas in the truck, Bella mumbled yes, and I filled the silence with a joke about the cafeteria food tasting like punishment. The drive to school was quiet. Rain slicked across the windshield, the wipers squeaking every few seconds. "You're gripping the wheel too hard again," I said. "I'm fine," Bella muttered. "Fine enough to snap the steering column in two," I teased. She sighed but didn't answer. I leaned back in my seat, watching the grey blur of trees roll past. "Relax. It's just another day. Whispers, worksheets, maybe pizza squares for lunch if we're unlucky. Nothing we can't survive." Her lips pressed tight, but she kept driving. Classes went the same as usual. English first, then history, then a long stretch of math that made even me restless. Teachers droned, chalk scraped on boards, and the heating system hummed faintly against the windows fogging from rain. But the whispers hadn't died yet. Every so often, I caught them: Edward's name, Bella's name, the word biology slipping out when people thought we weren't listening. Bella noticed. Her shoulders were tense by mid-morning, and she avoided glances in the hallway. At lunch, it was clear the rumors were still alive. We sat at our usual table, trays between us. Bella poked at a limp salad, her eyes on the table. I leaned in. Celebrity Week continues. Fork's most thrilling headline, Swan and Cullen, the biology duo. She muttered, not funny. A little funny, I said with a grin. She shot me a look but didn't say more. The rest of lunch passed without anyone coming over this time. Just glances. Quiet whispers. Better than yesterday, at least. Biology was the same too. Edward asked Bella questions again, soft and smooth. Where she liked to sit in Phoenix, whether she preferred hot or cold weather, if she'd ever been camping. Nothing dangerous, but still more than casual. She answered short, clipped. He kept his tone calm, his face unreadable. I watched from my seat, pretending to take notes. When the bell rang, Bella moved fast again, leaving the room before Edward could say more. We met outside, walking to the truck in the misting rain. See? I said cheerfully. Survived another day. No paparazzi, no breaking news coverage. Just whispers. She didn't answer, just started the truck and drove us home. The house was quiet when we got in. Charlie wasn't home yet, so Bella went upstairs, bag slung over her shoulder. I dropped onto the couch, flipping channels until I found a rerun of a baseball game. Outside, the rain picked up. Drops streaked the windows in steady lines, the trees swaying faintly with each gust. By the time I heard the crunch of tires in the driveway, the sky had gone darker. The front door opened, boots thudded against the mat, and Charlie stepped in. His jacket was damp, his hair pushed flat from the rain. Busy? I asked, glancing up from the couch. Yeah, he muttered, hanging the jacket and towing off his boots. I tilted my head. Busy like paperwork, or busy like everyone in Forks had a speeding ticket today? He didn't answer, just moved into the kitchen. I followed. He washed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and started pulling food from the fridge. Chicken, rice, a bag of vegetables. I grabbed the cutting board automatically. I'll chop. He didn't argue, just slid the vegetables my way. The rhythm set in quick. Knife against board, pan heating, water simmering. Bella came down halfway through, looking pale but steady. She sat at the table, resting her chin in her hand, half watching us. Dinner will be edible, I said cheerfully. I promise. She muttered something I couldn't catch. Charlie stirred the pan, the smell of frying chicken filling the kitchen. For a few minutes, it was just cooking sounds and the rain outside. Then Charlie spoke. Heard more at the station today. Bella froze. He glanced at her. About you. And Edward Cullen. The knife paused in my hand. Bella's eyes went wide. I stepped in before the silence stretched too long. The Forks gossip chain strikes again. Let me guess, they said Edward and Bella solved a Punnett square together? Scandalous. Charlie frowned. People are saying he's paying more attention to you. Bella opened her mouth, then shut it again. Her face was red. I leaned casually against the counter, smiling like it was nothing. He talks to her in class. About assignments. Forks being Forks, people act like that's front page news. I swear, if he sneezes too loud tomorrow, half the town will think he proposed. Bella shot me a sharp look, but I kept going. Seriously, Dad? It's nothing. Same biology class, same table. That's all. Charlie's gaze lingered on Bella. That true? Yes, she said quickly, her voice tight. I added, I'd tell you if it were more. You know I would. But really it's just Forks boredom. Nothing worth losing sleep over. Charlie didn't look convinced, but he turned back to the pan. The tension at the table loosened a notch. Dinner carried on after that. The food was good, simple chicken and rice, hot enough to cut through the damp. Charlie asked about homework, and I filled in the blanks before Bella had to answer. I talked about history notes, English essays, even the math problems I pretended to struggle with. By the end of the meal, Bella's shoulders weren't as stiff. Charlie still looked thoughtful, but he didn't push again. We cleaned up together. Bella dried, I washed, Charlie wiped down the table. The smell of soap replaced the food, and the game started faintly in the other room. When we were done, Bella headed upstairs without a word. Charlie carried his mug to the living room and sat in his chair. I leaned against the counter, listening to the rain outside. Forks was small. Gossip spread fast. Too fast. But for now, I'd kept Bella from being cornered. And that was enough. Chapter 23, Pushing the Limits. Dinner ended the same as most nights in Forks. The kitchen smelled faintly of rice and chicken, the dishes were stacked in the sink, and the steady tap of rain against the windows hadn't let up once. Charlie carried his coffee to the living room, already focusing on the game highlights. The chair creaked when he sat down, the sound of the TV muffled through the walls. Bella headed upstairs with her bag, quiet as ever. I lingered in the kitchen for a bit, wiping the counter down even though it was already clean. The house settled into its rhythm. Charlie's voice didn't come. He wasn't one for commentary when he watched sports alone. Bella's door shut upstairs and stayed that way. Which meant it was the right time. I slipped into my room, pulled on a jacket, and waited. 10 minutes passed. The game played steadily in the living room. The rain outside kept its constant rhythm. No footsteps on the stairs, no creaks in the hall. Perfect. I eased my door open, moving slow so the hinges wouldn't complain. Down the stairs, careful not to let the old boards groan under my weight. The front door squeaked, but softly. Outside, the air hit cold and damp. The mist hadn't lifted all day, clinging heavy to the air, beating on my jacket the second I stepped out. The porch light glowed behind me, dull in the fog. Beyond it, only shadow. I crossed the yard quick and stepped into the trees. The woods welcomed me the same as before, dark, wet, and quiet except for the steady drops of water sliding from branch to ground. My boots sank slightly into the soft earth as I moved deeper. I didn't stop until I found the same clearing I'd used last time. The ground was muddy, but the space was open. Enough room to push without smashing into a tree by accident. I started with the swarm. Raising one hand, I pulled on the strange energy inside me, the same current I'd been practicing with. It sparked awake easily now, like flicking a switch. One bat appeared in a puff of black mist. Then another. Then more. 5, 10, 15. They hovered around me, wings beating in uneven rhythm, the sound faint but steady. I pushed harder, teeth clenched in focus. 20. The air grew thicker with the noise of wings. The swarm wasn't clean. Some flew higher, some dipped too low, but they stayed. My chest felt tight, my head pulsed faintly, but the bats remained solid. I counted the seconds under my breath. 30. 60. 90. By 2 minutes, the ache in my temples sharpened. My breath came heavier. By 3 minutes, the first bats dissolved into black mist. The others followed quickly after, until only empty air and soft rain remained. I exhaled hard, pressing a hand against my forehead. My jacket stuck damp to my back. 3 minutes max with 20, I muttered. Not terrible. Not great. I tried again. This time, smaller. 10 bats only. The pressure was lighter, the control steadier. They circled me cleaner this time, more uniform. 4 minutes. 5. 6. Finally, they dissolved on their own, fading like smoke. My body ached less, my breathing not as ragged. "All right," I said to the empty clearing. 10 I can hold longer. 20 burns me out fast. Good to know. Next came the test for range. I summoned a single bat, held it steady, and willed it forward. It flew out of the clearing, past the trees. My vision shifted suddenly, my sight moving with it. The world looked different through its eyes. Trees crowded close, branches dripping with rain. My own body stood still in the clearing, jacket dark against the mud. I pushed it farther. Out past the first line of trees. Then farther still. The connection tugged faintly in my head, stretching thin. At what felt like 50 yards, the image blurred. My control wavered. The bat dissolved instantly, and I snapped back into my own sight. A sharp ache pulsed behind my eyes. "Too far," I muttered. "Limits closer than I thought." I tried again, careful this time. 30 yards, maybe 35. The vision held. The world swayed slightly, nausea tugging at my stomach, but I held it. I released quick, dropping back into my own eyes. So. 30 yards was fine. 50 was too far. Another note to remember. Teleportation came last. I summoned a bat, let it hover 6 feet away, and blinked toward it. The world shifted in an instant, and I landed clean where it had been. The bat vanished. "Still smooth," I muttered, grinning faintly. I tried again, pushing for distance. 15 feet. 20. My body jolted harder with each jump, like the impact caught me mid-step, but I landed steady. I summoned another 20 feet out, gritted my teeth, and forced the teleport. The world spun violently. My feet hit the ground, but I stumbled, catching myself with a hand on the mud. "Okay. That's the edge." I stood, shaking dirt off my palm, and tried again at shorter distance. 10 feet. Smooth. 15 feet. Manageable. 20 plus? Too rough for now. I chained them next. 10 feet, then another 10, then another. Fast. My body blurred across the clearing, the bats vanishing behind me in soft bursts of mist. I stopped only when my chest burned and my knees shook faintly. The clearing spun for a moment before settling. "Better," I muttered between breaths. "Definitely faster than running." Finally, I tried combining everything. 10 bats summoned at once, circling in a tight formation. I blinked through them one by one, teleporting in rapid bursts. My vision snapped to one of them as I moved, then back to myself, then to another. The strain built fast, sweat on my face, chest heaving, but I kept it going. 5 seconds. 10. 15. The swarm collapsed at once, dissolving in a cloud of mist. I stumbled, catching myself on my knees. I sat there for a moment, letting my breath even out, the cold rain slicking my hair flat against my forehead. "Too much all at once," I muttered. "Need more control." Still, it was progress. I knew my limits better now. 10 bats was stable. 20 burned me fast. Vision worked within 30 yards. Teleportation clean up to 15 feet, shaky past 20. That was more than I knew yesterday. I sat on the log again, letting the rain cool the heat in my skin. The woods were quiet, just the soft patter of drops and the occasional snap of a branch shifting. When my breathing steadied, I stood and headed back. The house appeared through the trees, porch light glowing faintly. Inside, the TV still hummed in the living room. Charlie's chair creaked once. Upstairs, Bella's room was dark. I slipped back in, shut the door softly, and climbed the stairs without a sound. Another night of practice done. Another step sharper. Tomorrow would bring the same whispers, the same stares, maybe more questions. But I was ready. Chapter 24, Questions in Biology. The day started with the same grey sky and the same steady rain. Forks rarely offered anything else. Drops streaked down the window as I pulled my jacket on, the cold already clinging to the glass. Bella's door was still closed when I stepped into the hall. I knocked once, leaning against the frame. Morning, sunshine. Time for another thrilling round at Forks High. A muffled, irritated noise came from inside. I grinned and made my way downstairs. Charlie was at the table, sipping from his coffee mug. The smell of fried eggs drifted from the stove. A plate sat in front of him with toast and bacon already half gone. "Morning," I said cheerfully, pulling out a chair. He nodded. "Morning. You've really leveled up your breakfast game," I added. "Eggs 2 days in a row? Impressive." He gave me one of his half smiles but didn't reply. Bella came down a few minutes later, hair damp, sweater sleeves pulled low. She mumbled a greeting and sat down across from me. "You look thrilled," I teased. She shot me a sharp glare, which only made me grin wider. Breakfast went the usual way, quiet on their end, chatter on mine. I filled the silence with comments about the rain, about the cafeteria food, about how my math teacher looked like he hated numbers more than the students did. Bella sighed at me once, which meant I was succeeding. When we were done, we grabbed our bags, and the 3 of us headed out. The truck roared to life, shaking like it always did. The windshield wipers squeaked across the glass, smearing the steady rain into streaks. "You're clenching the wheel again," I said, watching Bella's hands tighten on the steering wheel. "I'm fine," she muttered. "Sure," I said cheerfully. "Fine enough to leave finger dents in the steering wheel." She sighed but didn't answer. "Relax," I added. "We'll get through today just like yesterday. A few whispers, maybe a question or two. Then we come home, and you get to ignore homework while I distract Dad. Easy." Her lips pressed into a thin line, but she didn't argue. The morning classes passed steadily. English was first. The teacher assigned a short essay on symbolism in the last book we'd read, which I knew half the class hadn't finished. Bella wrote quietly, focused as always. I leaned back in my chair and doodled on the edge of my notebook while the teacher droned. History came next. Notes on the projector, lecture about wars. The rain outside made the classroom feel even darker. Bella sat upright, taking neat notes, while I leaned forward on my desk and tried not to fall asleep. In math, the teacher wrote problem after problem on the board. Bella worked through them steadily. I joked under my breath about how numbers hated me, which at least made her roll her eyes. By the time lunch rolled around, the cafeteria smelled like reheated pizza and fries. Students gathered at their tables, voices filling the air. The whispers were still there. I caught Edward's name once, Bella's name another time. Nobody came over today, though. Just glances. We sat with our trays. I unwrapped a sandwich while Bella poked at her food. "Look at that," I said lightly. "Nobody asking for autographs today. Gossip must be slowing down." She muttered, "Don't." "Don't what?" "Tell the truth." I grinned. "You're off the hook today. Enjoy it." She gave me a glare, but her shoulders loosened a little. Lunch passed quietly. When the bell rang, we threw away our trays and headed toward class. Biology was next. The room smelled faintly of chemicals, the lab tables wiped down but still shining under the overhead lights. Students shuffled in, their jackets damp from the rain. Bella sat at her table. Edward was already there, posture straight, his golden eyes fixed calmly on her. I slipped into my seat behind them, opening my notebook but keeping my eyes sharp. Mr. Banner started the lecture, writing terms on the board. His voice droned, filling the room. But Edward wasn't paying attention to him. His gaze stayed on Bella. "Did you miss Phoenix?" he asked quietly. Bella stiffened. "What? Phoenix?" he repeated, his voice low. "Do you miss it?" She swallowed. "Sometimes." The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "It's very different here." Bella nodded quickly, her eyes on the table. Edward leaned slightly closer. "And yet you came anyway." Bella's hand tightened on her pen. "My mom wanted to travel. I thought it would be easier if I stayed here." Edward tilted his head. "Easier for her, or easier for you?" Bella froze. I shifted in my chair, leaning forward just enough. "It's easier for both," I said casually, though my voice was light, almost teasing. "Less worrying, less packing. And hey, Forks has its charm if you like rain." Edward's eyes flicked back to me briefly before returning to Bella. "Do you like Forks?" he asked her, ignoring me now. Bella hesitated. "It's different." "Different isn't always bad," Edward murmured. Bella stared at the table, not answering. I leaned forward again. "Different is pizza for lunch instead of tacos. Different is walking to class in rain instead of sun. Nothing to lose sleep over." Mr. Banner called on Edward then, asking him to answer a question about the lecture. Edward responded smoothly, never looking away from Bella. The rest of class passed in that rhythm. Edward's eyes on Bella, questions quiet and steady. Bella's answers short, careful. My comments breaking in when I thought she needed air. When the bell rang, Bella grabbed her bag quickly, her movements sharp. She walked out fast, almost too fast. I caught up with her in the hall. "You're fine," I said cheerfully. "You handled it. He didn't get anything more than what you wanted to give." Her jaw tightened. "He's persistent." I finished for her. "Yet. But you're still standing. That counts." She exhaled slowly, her shoulders tense but her steps steady. "Relax," I added. "Tomorrow'll be the same. Questions, answers, whispers. You've got me running interference. You'll survive." She glanced at me, eyes sharp. "You talk too much." "Exactly," I said with a grin. "It works." We kept walking through the grey halls of Forks High, the rain still falling steady against the windows. Chapter 25, cornered in the hall. The day began with the same rain. It pattered steady against the roof, dripping down the windows in narrow streams. Forks never offered much variety. I rolled out of bed, stretched, and pulled on jeans and a jacket. The hall was quiet except for the faint creak of the floorboards under my feet. Bella's door was shut, as always. I knocked once. "Morning, Bella." The world of Forks High demands our presence. A muffled sound came back, the kind that meant she wasn't thrilled about getting up. I grinned and headed down. Charlie was at the table already, his mug steaming, the paper folded beside his plate. Toast and bacon again. He was a creature of habit if nothing else. "Morning," I said cheerfully, pulling out a chair. He nodded. "Morning. You're keeping the streak alive," I added. "Bacon again. Impressive commitment." He gave me a glance but didn't reply. Bella came down a few minutes later, her sweater sleeves too long, her hair damp. She slid into her chair, muttered a hello, and picked at her breakfast. "You look absolutely thrilled to face the day," I teased. Her glare was sharp, but it only made me grin wider. Breakfast passed with the usual rhythm. Charlie asked about gas for the truck. Bella answered quick and short. I filled the rest with light chatter about teachers, cafeteria food, and how the rain seemed determined to drown us all by June. The truck rattled to life, the windshield wipers squeaking in protest as Bella steered us down the wet road. "You're clenching again," I said, watching her hands squeeze the wheel. "I'm fine," she muttered. "Sure," I said cheerfully. "Fine enough to leave handprints in the steering wheel." She sighed but didn't answer. "Relax," I added. "It's another day. Whispers, classes, maybe fries that taste like cardboard for lunch. Nothing we can't survive." Her lips pressed into a thin line, but she kept driving. Classes ticked by. English was first. The teacher assigned a short essay, the kind half the class groaned at. Bella started writing without complaint, while I doodled a cartoon version of the teacher in the corner of my notes. History next. Projector notes, a lecture about treaties. Bella's pen moved neatly across her paper. I leaned forward, chin in hand, and tried not to fall asleep. Math after that. Problem after problem on the board, numbers blurring together. Bella focused. I joked under my breath about how numbers clearly hated me, which at least earned me an eye roll. The whispers were there all morning. Not loud, but enough. Edward's name, Bella's name, biology. Always slipping from one desk to another. By the time the bell rang for the next class, the tension was already built. It happened between classes. The hallway was crowded, lockers clanging as students swapped books. The smell of wet jackets clung to the air. Bella walked beside me, her head slightly down, shoulders tense. Then a voice called out. "Hey, Bella!" She stopped. A girl from our grade stood in front of her, blocking her way. She had brown hair tied back and a curious look on her face. Two of her friends hovered a few steps behind, watching. Bella froze, her eyes flicking nervously to me. The girl crossed her arms. "So, is it true you're, like, close with Edward Cullen?" Bella's face went pale. "No." The girl tilted her head. "But you sit with him in biology, right?" Bella's voice caught. "He's my lab partner." The girls' friends exchanged looks. One of them snorted softly. I stepped forward then, sliding easily between them and Bella, grinning like it was nothing. "Exactly. Lab partners. The most thrilling kind of relationship. You should hear them debate Punnett squares. Sparks really fly when it comes to pea plants." The girl blinked at me. "So, that's all." "That's all," I confirmed cheerfully. "Trust me, if Forks High had a gossip paper, it would have folded already. Nothing to report." The girl hesitated, glancing at her friends. "But he talks to her. People say." "People say a lot when they're bored," I cut in lightly. "Forks doesn't exactly have much going on. A sneeze in biology could be headline news. Edward asking about a worksheet? That's front page material here." Her friends laughed quietly at that, and the tension shifted. The girl frowned but didn't press further. "Fine," she muttered. "Just wondering." She turned, walking off with her friends. The hallway noise filled in again, lockers slamming, footsteps echoing. Bella stood stiff beside me, her face still pale. "See?" I said cheerfully, turning to her. "Handled. You didn't even have to break a sweat." Her glare could have burned through steel. "You. Saved you from interrogation." I finished for her. "You're welcome." She muttered, "You talk too much." "Exactly," I said with a grin. "And it works." She huffed, brushing past me toward class. I followed, still smiling. The rest of the day passed steady. Biology came, with Edward asking his quiet questions again, but less sharp this time. Bella answered short, clipped. I kept my notebook open, watching from behind. Lunch was quieter. No one came over, though glances still followed us. Bella ate without looking up, while I filled the air with light chatter about the mystery meat on the menu. By the time the final bell rang, the whispers had faded back into the general noise of the school. Outside, the rain fell heavier, puddles spreading across the lot. Bella drove us home, silent but steady. At the house, Charlie greeted us with his usual nod, his focus already half on dinner. Bella went upstairs quick, her bag slung over her shoulder. I stayed downstairs, helping Charlie with the food. The day had been what I expected: more questions, more whispers, another moment of pressure on Bella. But I'd stepped in. I'd kept it light, kept it easy. And that was enough for now. Chapter 26, Chaining the Shadows. Dinner passed the usual way in the Swan house. Charlie came home later than usual, shaking the rain off his jacket before hanging it by the door. He muttered a greeting, washed up, and sat at the table. Bella had already pulled plates out, and I'd helped get things ready: simple food, chicken and vegetables, enough to fill the quiet spaces. The three of us sat down together. Charlie asked about homework. Bella gave short answers. I filled the air with light chatter. I joked about my history teacher's obsession with overhead projectors, about the cafeteria food being an experiment in slow torture, and about how Forks High should hand out umbrellas as part of its dress code. Bella gave me her usual glares. Charlie gave me his quiet half smiles. Dinner finished without trouble. Afterward, Bella retreated upstairs. Charlie turned on the TV, the low murmur of sports commentary filling the living room. I washed the dishes slow, my mind already ahead of me. When the house settled into silence, the game humming steady, Bella's room closed upstairs, I slipped into my jacket. Careful steps carried me down the hall. The front door squeaked softly, but only once. The air outside was colder than earlier, sharper. Rain fell light, just a mist, clinging to the air and dampening my sleeves. The porch light glowed faintly, the driveway slick. I moved quick across the lawn and into the trees. The woods swallowed sound fast. The soft earth muffled my steps, wet leaves sticking under my boots. Branches bent under the weight of water, drops sliding slow before falling. I walked until the house was gone behind me. The clearing I'd used before opened up ahead, familiar now. Perfect. I stepped into the center, pulled my jacket tighter, and exhaled. All right, I muttered. Round 2. I started with the swarms. One hand raised, I pulled on the energy inside me. It answered sharp, as if it had been waiting. One bat appeared in a puff of black mist, then another, then more. 10 circled me fast, wings beating faint but steady. Let's push it, I said under my breath. I pushed harder. 15. 20. The clearing filled with the noise of wings, their movements uneven but real. The weight of it pressed on me, pulling at my head. I gritted my teeth, holding them steady. I counted under my breath. 30 seconds. A minute. 2. By 3, sweat rolled down my forehead. At 4, the swarm started to collapse. One by one, they dissolved into mist. When the last vanished, I bent slightly, hands on my knees, catching my breath. 4 minutes, I muttered. Better. I tried again, smaller this time. 10 bats. The weight was lighter, easier. They circled smoothly. I held them 5 minutes. 6. 7. They faded naturally, slipping into mist on their own. I exhaled. That's the sweet spot. 10 steady. 20's too much. Next came teleportation chains. I summoned a single bat 5 feet away. With a push, the world shifted, and I landed where it hovered. The bat dissolved instantly. Still smooth. I tried again, this time 10 feet. My body jolted mid-step, but I landed balanced. 15 feet. Manageable. 20. Rough. I stumbled, knees shaking, but stayed upright. All right, I muttered. Chain test. I summoned a bat, blinked forward. Another, blinked again. Another, and again. The clearing blurred as I snapped across it in bursts, faster than running, faster than the rain could fall on me. My lungs burned after 5 jumps. My muscles ached after 8. By 10, I stopped, hands braced on my knees. I sucked in deep breaths, the damp air filling my chest. Fast, I said with a grin. Tires me out, but fast. I tried again, slower, smoother. 3 jumps, pause. 3 more, pause. My body handled it better that way, though it still drained me. Short bursts work best, I muttered. But chains can cover ground fast. Then came decoys. I summoned 5 bats, sending them darting left. I ran right, watching the empty air. If someone followed the sound, their attention would go left. The bats' wings created faint noise, their bodies moving quick through the mist. Not loud enough for distraction at distance, but close range? It worked. I tried again with 10. Sent them swirling high, then diving low. The sound was sharper now, more noticeable. A cloud of wings could block a view, swarm close, and disorient. Not strong fighters, I said, watching them flap clumsily against a tree trunk. But good cover. I summoned more and stood still as they swirled around me. Their wings brushed against my jacket, their noise muffling the sound of my own breathing. Even better, I muttered. Camouflage. The strain built fast though. 10-15 seconds of constant motion, and the swarm flickered. My head throbbed, my chest heavy. They dissolved all at once, leaving the clearing empty again. I rubbed my forehead, chuckling. All right. They're not soldiers. They're smoke and mirrors. That works. I sat on the damp log, letting my breath settle. The woods were steady, rain dripping in rhythm from the branches. My body ached, but the progress was clear. Swarm endurance better. Teleport chains possible, though exhausting. Decoys not strong, but useful for confusion. Not perfect, but sharper than last time. I leaned back, looking up at the grey sky through the branches. Getting there. After a while, I stood, stretching my arms, and started back toward the house. The porch light glowed faint through the mist. Inside, the TV still hummed from the living room. Charlie's chair creaked once, then went still. Upstairs, Bella's room was quiet, door closed. I slipped inside, shut the door soft, and climbed the stairs. Another night of training finished. Another step forward. Tomorrow would bring the same whispers, the same questions, maybe sharper ones. But I'd be ready. Chapter 27, Charlie keeps watch. Morning came grey and damp, like it always did in Forks. The rain hadn't let up all night, and now it tapped steady against the windows. I rolled out of bed, tugged on jeans, and pulled on my jacket. The hall creaked under my steps. Bella's door was still closed. I knocked once. Morning, Bella. The glamorous halls of Forks High await. There was no answer, just a soft groan muffled through the door. I grinned. I'll take that as excitement. Downstairs, the smell of coffee hit first. Charlie sat at the table, his mug close, plate half filled with eggs and toast. His badge rested near his elbow, catching the dim kitchen light. "Morning," I said, sliding into a chair. "Morning," he replied. "You've upgraded to eggs again. Careful, Dad. Next thing we know, you'll start experimenting with pancakes." He gave me a glance but didn't answer. Bella came down a few minutes later, hair damp, sweater loose. She muttered a greeting and took her seat. "You look thrilled," I teased. She glared. Breakfast passed quiet after that. Charlie asked about the truck's gas. Bella mumbled yes. I filled the silence with chatter about the rain, about homework, about how the cafeteria food was punishment disguised as nutrition. The truck rumbled to life, the wipers squeaking as Bella steered us through puddled streets. "You're gripping the wheel too hard again," I said. "I'm fine," she muttered. "Fine enough to bend the wheel in half," I grinned. She sighed, not answering. "Relax. It's just another day." Whispers, worksheets, the highlight of fine dining at Forks High. Nothing fatal. Her lips pressed tight, but she kept driving. Classes ticked by. English brought an essay assignment. Bella bent over her paper, neat and steady. I leaned back in my chair, doodling in the margins. History next, projector notes on wars. Bella wrote quickly, pen scratching in rhythm. I fought to stay awake, chin in hand. Math after that, numbers, equations, board work. Bella worked without hesitation. I whispered complaints about math being designed by sadists, earning me an eye roll. Whispers floated all morning. Edward's name. Bella's name. Biology. Always the same. At lunch, the cafeteria buzzed. We sat at our usual table. Bella picked at her food. I filled the silence with jokes about the pizza squares. Nobody came over, but glances lingered. Biology came next. Edward's eyes never left Bella, questions quiet between the teacher's words. She answered short, clipped. I leaned back in my chair, notebook open, pretending to focus but always watching. The day ended with the same whispers trailing us out the door. The drive home was quiet. Rain streaked the windshield, wipers squeaking steady. Bella's jaw was tight. "You survived," I said lightly. "Not even one autograph request today. That's progress." She didn't answer. I leaned back, letting it go. The house smelled faintly of leftovers when we walked in. Charlie was already home, jacket hung by the door, boots drying on the mat. His expression was the same as always, but his eyes flicked to Bella sharper than before. "Hey, Dad," I said cheerfully, tossing my bag aside. "We're back. School's still standing. Nobody set fire to the cafeteria." He gave me a half smile, then looked at Bella. "Homework?" "Yes," she muttered. He nodded but didn't look away right away. I stepped in smoothly. "Yeah, I've got an essay too. Gonna make it sound smart without actually reading the whole book." Charlie's gaze flicked to me, then back to Bella. He said nothing, just moved toward the kitchen. Dinner was quiet at first. Charlie had thrown together something simple: pasta and sauce, garlic bread from the store. The three of us sat down. Forks clinked against plates. Charlie cleared his throat. "People talk at the station," he said evenly. Bella froze. Her fork stopped halfway to her mouth. "About you," Charlie added, eyes steady. "And Edward Cullen." The tension stretched, Bella pale and quiet. I jumped in fast. The Forks gossip mill strikes again. Someone probably saw them share a microscope. Scandal of the year. Charlie's eyes didn't leave Bella. "It true?" Bella swallowed. "He's my lab partner." "That all?" "Yes," she said quickly. I leaned forward, grinning easy. That's it. Honestly, Dad, if Forks had a paper, they'd be running headlines about cafeteria food next week. People are bored. They'll talk about anything. Charlie didn't look convinced. His fork moved slow, his gaze sharp when it drifted to Bella. I kept the rhythm light. Seriously, it's nothing. Edward's quiet, Bella's quiet. They sit next to each other in biology. That's all. Bella stayed silent, her face pale. Charlie finally nodded, though his eyes stayed watchful. All right. Dinner continued, quieter than before. Charlie's gaze drifted often to Bella, sharper, measuring. She picked at her food without looking up. I kept the chatter steady, talking about homework, about teachers, about how the rain was turning the parking lot into a swamp. Anything to fill the silence. Afterward, Bella retreated upstairs quickly. Her door shut, soft but final. Charlie gathered plates, stacking them with slow movements. I helped clear the table, rinsing dishes in the sink. You know I'd tell you if it was more, I said lightly, not meeting his gaze. Really? There's nothing to worry about. Charlie didn't answer, just dried a plate and set it in the cabinet. I kept my grin, though softer now. She's fine. He gave me a long look, then nodded once. The rest of cleanup passed without words. Later, Charlie settled into his chair with the TV humming low. Upstairs, Bella's light glowed faintly under her door. I sat in my room, jacket still damp from the mist outside, listening to the rain tap steady on the window. Charlie was watching closer now. He'd heard more, and Fork's gossip was loud. But for now, Bella was safe. I'd keep it that way. Chapter 28, Sharper Questions. The rain hadn't stopped. It came down soft but steady, mist clinging to the glass of my window when I woke up. Forks had one setting, and it wasn't changing any time soon. I pulled on jeans, a shirt, and my jacket before stepping into the hall. Bella's door was still closed. I knocked once, leaning against the frame. Bella. Rise and shine. Forks High can't run without us. A muffled sound came back, half groan, half protest. I grinned. I'll take that as a yes. Downstairs, Charlie sat at the table, coffee mug in hand. His plate had bacon and toast, the same as always. His badge rested near his elbow. Morning, I said, pulling out a chair. Morning, he answered. You've really nailed consistency, I teased. Bacon every day. Impressive dedication. His mouth twitched, but he didn't comment. Bella came down a minute later, sweater sleeves hanging low, hair damp from a quick shower. She muttered a quiet greeting and sat across from me. You look excited, I said, grinning. She glared, but that was all. Breakfast stayed simple. Charlie asked about gas for the truck. Bella mumbled her reply. I filled the silence with chatter about teachers, assignments, and how the cafeteria food could probably survive a nuclear blast. The truck groaned to life, rattling as Bella guided it through the slick streets. The windshield wipers squeaked, smearing the endless rain. You're gripping too hard again, I said, watching her knuckles whiten on the wheel. I'm fine, she muttered. Fine enough to bend the wheel in half, I replied cheerfully. She sighed but didn't answer. Relax, I added. It's just another day. Gossip, worksheets, and the highlight of gourmet pizza squares for lunch. Nothing to stress over. Her lips pressed into a thin line, but she kept driving. English came first. The teacher droned about themes in the book we'd finished. Bella wrote steadily, her handwriting neat. I leaned back, doodling in my notebook, throwing a glance at her glare when my pencil tapping got too loud. History followed. Projector notes, treaties, wars. Bella scribbled quick notes. I leaned on my hand, fighting a yawn. Math dragged after that. Numbers on the board, problems to solve. Bella stayed focused. I whispered about how numbers were humanity's punishment, which at least earned me a quiet eye roll. The whispers floated all morning. Edward's name. Bella's name. Biology. Always drifting from desk to desk, quiet but steady. By lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with the same hum. The smell of fries and reheated pizza filled the room. Bella picked at her food. I filled the silence with jokes about how the pizza squares could be used as building material. Nobody came over, though plenty of eyes lingered. The tension built, slow but steady, as the hours ticked toward biology. The classroom smelled faintly of chemicals, lab tables wiped clean but shiny under the dull lights. Bella slid into her seat. Edward was already there, his posture straight, golden eyes sharp. I took my place behind them, notebook open but my focus locked ahead. Mr. Banner started the lecture, voice filling the room. Edward leaned slightly toward Bella. His voice was low but clear. Your mother travels a lot, doesn't she? Bella froze, her pen stilling. Yes. Edward tilted his head. So you thought forks would be better for her? Yes, she said quickly, eyes on her notes. Better for her, he repeated softly. Or easier for you? Bella's shoulders tensed. She didn't answer. I leaned forward, cheerful. Easier all around. Less packing, less airports, fewer timeshares gone wrong. Staying here means everyone wins. Edward's eyes flicked to me, then back to Bella. But you don't look happy here. Bella swallowed, her hand gripping her pen tighter. It's fine. Edward's lips curved faintly. Fine, he echoed. I spoke before Bella had to. Fine in forks means you only get wet 5 times a day instead of 6. That's about as good as it gets. Mr. Banner's voice cut in with a question for Edward about the lecture. Edward answered smoothly, eyes never leaving Bella. When the teacher turned back to the board, Edward leaned closer again. What did you leave behind in Phoenix? Bella's jaw tightened. She kept her eyes on her paper. Friends. No one else, he asked. Her voice was sharper now. Friends. Edward studied her quietly. And you don't miss them? Bella's pen scratched fast against her notes. Of course I do. Yet you left, Edward said. Before Bella could open her mouth, I leaned forward again. Because she's practical. Forks has free housing, one very responsible sheriff, and a brother who won't shut up. Phoenix didn't stand a chance. Edward glanced at me, his expression unreadable. Then his gaze slid back to Bella. Bella's face was pale, her shoulders tense. The rest of class passed with that rhythm, Edward asking sharper questions, Bella answering short and clipped, me stepping in with easy chatter whenever I thought she needed it. By the time the bell rang, Bella shoved her notebook into her bag and bolted for the door. I caught up in the hallway, falling into step beside her. You're fine, I said cheerfully. He didn't get anything more than what you wanted to give. Her jaw was tight. He. Persistent. I finished for her. Yet. But you didn't crack. You're still standing. She exhaled hard, her pace quick. Relax, I added. Tomorrow'll be the same. Questions, answers, whispers. And me running interference until the bell. You'll survive. She shot me a sharp glare. You talk too much. Exactly, I grinned. That's what works. We kept walking through the grey halls, the rain pressing steady against the windows. Chapter 29, More questions at lunch. The rain was steady when I woke, soft against the window but constant. Forks rarely changed. I pulled on jeans, a shirt, and a jacket before stepping into the hall. Bella's door was shut. I knocked once. Morning. Time to face another day of glory at Forks High. There was a muffled noise from inside. I grinned. That's the spirit. Downstairs, the kitchen smelled faintly of coffee. Charlie sat at the table, newspaper folded beside him, a plate of eggs and toast in front. His badge rested near his elbow. Morning, I said, sliding into a chair. Morning, he answered. Bacon and eggs again. You've really perfected consistency. I respect that. He gave me a glance but didn't reply. Bella came down a minute later, sweater sleeves hanging low, hair damp. She muttered a quiet greeting and sat down. You look thrilled, I teased. Her glare was automatic. Breakfast passed with the usual rhythm, Charlie asking about the truck, Bella muttering back, and me filling silence with chatter about teachers and cafeteria food. The truck rattled down the slick street, wipers squeaking across the glass. You're clenching again, I said. I'm fine, Bella muttered. Fine enough to leave handprints in the wheel, I replied cheerfully. She sighed, not answering. Relax. It's another day. Whispers, worksheets, gourmet cardboard pizza at lunch. Nothing fatal. Her lips pressed tight, but she kept driving. English came first. The teacher lectured on essay structure. Bella wrote neat notes. I leaned back, doodling in the margins of my notebook. History next, projector notes on trade routes. Bella's pen moved quick. I leaned on my hand, fighting to stay awake. Math dragged after that, numbers filling the board. Bella focused. I whispered complaints about math being a conspiracy, earning myself a glare. The whispers floated through all morning. Edward's name, Bella's name, biology. Always drifting between desks, low but steady. By the time the lunch bell rang, the tension was there. The cafeteria buzzed with voices and the clatter of trays. The smell of fries and reheated food filled the air. We sat at our usual table. Bella picked at her food without much interest. I unwrapped a sandwich and grinned. Today's menu, a masterpiece of mystery meat and fries that taste like cardboard. Bon appétit! Bella muttered something under her breath but didn't look up. Then it came. A girl from our grade stopped at our table, tray in hand. Blonde hair pulled back, sharp look in her eyes. Two of her friends hovered behind her. Bella, she said. Bella stiffened. Her fork froze. The girl leaned slightly forward. So, what's going on with you and Edward Cullen? Bella's face went pale. Nothing. The girl raised a brow. Really? Because people say he talks to you. A lot. Bella's jaw clenched. He's my lab partner. That's all, the girl pressed. I leaned forward, grinning. Absolutely all. You should hear them talk about onion cells. Riveting stuff. Romance of the century. The girl frowned. But he doesn't talk to anyone else. Maybe he just likes science, I said cheerfully. Or maybe Bella's secretly the most fascinating biologist Forks has ever seen. Either way, it's still just lab work. Her friends exchanged looks, trying not to laugh. The girl's eyes narrowed. You're sure? I grinned wider. Positive. If there was more, you think I'd be sitting here so calm? I'd already be charging Cullen a brother tax. That made her friends laugh outright. The girl's frown deepened. Fine, she muttered, shifting her tray. She turned, walking off with her friends. The cafeteria noise filled back in around us. Bella let out a sharp breath. Her face was pale, her fork still untouched. Handled, I said cheerfully. You didn't even have to break a sweat. She turned to glare at me. You. Saved you from interrogation. I cut in. You're welcome. She muttered, you talk too much. Exactly, I grinned. That's why it works. She huffed, stabbing a fry with her fork. Lunch passed without more interruptions. I kept chatter steady, talking about cafeteria food and the rain outside. Bella stayed quiet, shoulders tense, but her breathing evened out as time passed. Afternoon classes moved by slower. Biology came, Edward's eyes sharp as ever, questions low. Bella's answers short, clipped. I leaned back, cutting in once or twice with easy comments, keeping her steady. By the time the final bell rang, the day was done. The rain fell heavier as we crossed the lot. The truck rattled to life, wipers squeaking. Bella gripped the wheel tight, her jaw set. You survived, I said lightly. Forks Gossip tried again, and you came out ahead. Record time too. She didn't answer. I leaned back, smiling. Don't worry. Tomorrow'll be the same. Whispers, questions, more cardboard pizza. And me talking too much until it all blows over. Her glare was sharp. Exactly. You talk too much. I grinned wider. Glad we agree. The truck carried us through the rain, the grey sky pressing low. Chapter 30, Charlie asks again. The morning started the same way it always did, grey light through the window, rain tapping steady against the glass, the house quiet. Forks never changed. I pulled on jeans, a shirt and a jacket, then stepped into the hall. Bella's door was still closed. I knocked once. Morning. Time to dazzle Forks high with your endless enthusiasm. A muffled sound answered. I grinned. Good enough. Downstairs, the kitchen smelled of coffee. Charlie sat at the table with his mug in one hand and the paper folded on the other side. His plate had toast, bacon, and eggs. His badge rested near his elbow, polished from use. Morning, I said, sliding into a chair. Morning, he replied. You've managed eggs and bacon again. Careful, Dad, if you keep this up you'll spoil us. He didn't comment, but his eyes flicked up briefly. Bella came down a minute later, sweater loose on her shoulders, hair damp. She muttered a greeting and took her seat. You look thrilled, I teased. She glared, stabbing at her eggs. Breakfast passed with the usual rhythm. Charlie asked about the truck. Bella muttered her answers. I filled in silence with chatter about teachers and cafeteria food. The truck rattled to life. Rain streaked the windshield, wipers squeaking across the glass. You're gripping too hard again, I said. I'm fine, Bella muttered. Fine enough to bend the wheel in half, I replied cheerfully. She sighed, eyes on the road. Relax. Another day of Forks high. Whispers, worksheets, and pizza squares for lunch. Nothing we can't handle. Her lips pressed tight, but she kept driving. Classes passed steady. English came first, lectures about essays. Bella's pen moved quick, neat. I leaned back, doodling in the margins of my notes. History followed, projector humming while notes filled the screen. Bella wrote steady. I propped my head on my hand, fighting to keep my eyes open. Math dragged after that. Numbers blurred on the board. Bella focused without trouble. I whispered about math being invented to ruin lives, earning myself a quiet glare. Whispers drifted all morning. Edward's name. Bella's name. Biology. Always there, sliding between desks, just quiet enough to be annoying. Lunch buzzed with voices, trays clattering. Bella picked at her food without looking up. I filled the silence with chatter about the rain outside and the fries that tasted like cardboard. No one stopped at our table this time, but the glances were there. Biology came, Edward's golden eyes sharp. He asked quiet questions again, Bella answering short, clipped. I leaned back, cutting in with light chatter when I had to. The bell rang, and the day ended. The truck rattled down the wet street toward home. The wipers squeaked. Bella's jaw was tight, hands clenched on the wheel. "You survived," I said cheerfully. "That's a win." Forks gossip tried again, "And you didn't even flinch." She didn't answer. I leaned back, smiling. "Don't worry. Tomorrow'll be more of the same. And I'll keep running interference." Her glare was sharp. "You talk too much." "Exactly," I grinned. The rest of the drive passed quiet. Charlie was already home when we walked in, jacket hung by the door, boots lined on the mat. The TV was off, his expression neutral. He looked up when Bella stepped inside, his eyes sharper than usual. "Hey, Dad," I said, tossing my bag aside. "We're back. School's still standing. Nobody set the cafeteria on fire." He gave me a look but didn't smile. "Homework?" he asked Bella. "Yes," she muttered. He nodded, gaze lingering longer than usual. I filled the space fast. "Yep, we've both got it. English essays, math problems, the usual. Nothing exciting." Charlie's eyes flicked to me, then back to Bella. He said nothing, moving toward the kitchen. Dinner was pasta and garlic bread, simple but filling. The three of us sat down, forks clinking against plates. Charlie cleared his throat. "People talk at the station," he said evenly. Bella froze. Her fork stopped. "About you," Charlie added, looking at her. "And Edward Cullen." The silence stretched. Bella paled, her lips pressed tight. I leaned in with a grin. Forks gossip again. Someone probably saw them share a microscope. Big news in a small town. Charlie didn't look away from Bella. "It true?" Bella swallowed. "He's my lab partner." "That all?" "Yes," she said quickly. I jumped in. "That's it. Honestly, Dad, Forks would run out of stories if people didn't stretch this stuff. Next week they'll be talking about cafeteria pizza again." Charlie's eyes narrowed slightly. His fork moved slow, but his gaze kept coming back to Bella. "Nothing more?" he asked again. "Nothing," Bella said firmly. I leaned forward, smiling. "And if there was, I'd be the first to say something. Trust me, Dad. There's nothing to it." Charlie studied her for a long moment, then finally nodded. Dinner went on, quieter. Charlie's gaze drifted often to Bella, sharper than before. She ate slow, shoulders tense. I kept the chatter steady, talking about teachers, cafeteria food, and how the rain was turning the school lot into a swamp. Filling silence so Bella didn't have to. After dinner, Bella retreated upstairs quickly. Her door shut, soft but final. Charlie gathered plates. I helped clear the table, rinsing dishes in the sink. "You know I'd say something if it was more," I said lightly, not meeting his gaze. "Really? There's nothing to worry about." Charlie didn't answer, drying a plate and setting it in the cabinet. "She's fine," I added quietly. He gave me a long look, then nodded once. The rest of cleanup passed in silence. Later, Charlie sat in his chair, the TV humming low. Upstairs, Bella's light glowed faintly under her door. I sat in my room, jacket tossed aside, listening to the rain tapping steady on the glass. Charlie was watching closer now. He'd heard too much, and Fork's gossip was loud. But Bella wasn't alone. Not while I was here.